couple of years ago, a friend of mine introduced me to a word I rather like, pracademic. A pracademic is someone who is both a practitioner and an academic. In other words, in simpler words, someone who is both a doer and a thinker. Now, I think being a doer is essential if you want to truly master something. You have to put skin in the game, hours of practice, constant doing. But doing is not enough. Too many of us master a craft and then become automatons, just going through the motions and ticking the boxes. We need to sometimes step out of our comfort zone and think about what we are doing and why we are doing it. We need to go past reflexive patterns and see the bigger picture, grok the first principles. Only that sort of higher order thinking can lead us to excellence. Doing and thinking on their own are necessary but not sufficient. They need to come together, as they do for today's guest.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Anish Pradhan, a tabla maestro and also a man who has written various books on Hindustani music, covering both its history and its theory. If you have any interest in Hindustani music at all, please pick up his books. My favorites are Chasing the Rock Dream and Hindustani Music in Colonial Bombay. Anish is also a deep thinker about the world of music today and everything that is wrong with our ecosystem. Our conversation had much reflection directed both inwards and outwards, and urge you to listen to it in conjunction with my recent episode with Shubha Mudgal, not because Anish and Shubha happen to be married to each other, but because they're both thinkers and doers, and that makes for such a richness of conversation. Before we get to the meat of the matter though, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Anish, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you for having me over on your show.
I'll inform the listeners that moments before we started, he said, ask me easy questions. And I told Anish that, hey, I'm just going to ask you about yourself. What could be easier? And he was like, no, I'm still trying to figure myself out. And I want to actually start on that note because that's something I wanted to explore with you anyway. That, I've hit 50, you're hitting 60 pretty much. I've noticed two things. And one thing that happens as you grow older is that time seems to move very fast. They say the days are long, the years are short. It just zips by. And the other thing I've noticed, at least for me, it's not true of everyone, but at least for me, when I look back at my younger self at different parts of my life, at 20, at 30, at 40, I often look back with dismay and bewilderment ki yaar main kya tha? What was that shit? So I'm going to ask you to look back on your younger self at different parts of your life and tell me about how you feel about that guy. How do you feel about the Anish at 20, the wide-eyed, entering the world? How do you feel about the Anish at 30? How do you think you've grown? I mean, some people are just the same, but other people grow and evolve through time. What do you feel when you look back on the younger you?
Well, for one thing, I don't regret anything about the past. But yes, sometimes one does feel that, you could have worked harder. You could have spent more time on what you were trying to do then and enrich yourself further, educate yourself further. But then it's never too late, right? So, and you've got to have fun as well. So I think I managed to do reasonably okay with balancing the fun and the seriousness. So yeah, and I seem to be wanting to do that even now. I think that urge to learn, the urge for curiosity continues, and I'm happy about that. So when I look back at my younger self, I don't really have too many regrets. Yeah, that's about.
What did he want? What did Anish at 20 want? What did Anish at 40 want? How did that change over time?
Looking back, I really didn't want anything. I just wanted to go with the flow. Okay. And yes, uppermost in my mind at that point, and even now, is to learn. I mean, this is not something profound that I'm saying. It's really what I meant, at that point, and what I mean even now. I really want to educate myself in a very holistic way. So I try to absorb as much as possible within the realms, of course, of what is what I'm capable of doing. But so in terms of music, let's say, then understanding my own musical culture in a holistic manner, and the practice and the theory of it. So those kind of things, so I think right through I've wanted to learn.
I traveled through Spain earlier this year, and I made it a mission while I was going there that, okay, let me educate myself in art because there are so many great museums. So I just read a lot, did a lot of research, went to all the great museums, checked it out. And there was something I was particularly blown away by, which in fact I made an episode discussing that on my YouTube show, which was that the five great Spanish artists, Velázquez, Goya, Picasso, Miro, and Dali, all did what I consider their most powerful work to me personally when they were in their 70s and 80s. They were incredibly prolific, and they did absolutely their finest work in the 70s and the 80s, where everything is just flowing through them. You can make out they're not thinking about the craft, they don't have to do anything. It's just all of it is coming together. And I recently read this great book by Arthur Brooks on what to do in the second half of your life, which is relevant to both you and me. And he began by pointing out that inevitably in every profession we decline, right? So in some professions like maths or sports or whatever, the decline is pretty early. By the mid 30s you're kind of going. In some it is later, but by the 50s you always decline. So does that mean there is no scope for hope? And his answer was no, because he said what declines is a particular kind of intelligence. Like there are two kinds of intelligence, the way he defines it. One is fluid intelligence, which is your speed of picking up something, and etc etc. And that definitely declines by the late 30s and certainly by the early 50s, if at no other time. But there's another kind of intelligence which is crystallized intelligence, where you can see the bigger picture, where you've gotten a whole bunch of dots and therefore your picture of the world is high definition. And this is a moment at which you can become a great teacher, you can become someone who can write about whatever you do in a way that is not just about the immediate micro thing, but again, the bigger picture view, sort of the higher order of things. If I may ask you to sort of give me your sense of what you've seen with great musicians and how they evolve, and what you've seen with yourself, because at one level you are a performer, the craft of the tabla and etc etc, and a composer and all of those, and perhaps your speed of playing has gone down. I have no idea. I've seen early videos which you've put up from the late 80s, and it's like incredible, though I don't understand, but the virtuosity is very clear. And I don't know if that is diminished, but what I'm guessing is there and getting better all the time is being able to connect all the different dots, that sense of tehrav, which you must be bringing into your work, and etc etc. So what is your sense of this?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. The sheer physicality of making music definitely is limited as you grow older, and trying to understand the profundity of the music making process grows. That understanding grows, but then so you have to really, as we say, you have to age gracefully, and so you need to understand that, okay, these are your limitations, speaking about the physical aspect, And then here's an understanding that you're slowly evolving with. And how do you bring these two together? For instance, I don't stop practicing every day. Okay. I mean, seriously, every day. Okay. There'll be moments, of course, when I'm traveling, but the number of hours that I put in for actual practice is not the same because I'm listening to my body, and I understand that certain things I shouldn't just go overboard, because in the next 2-3 days is going to be really tiresome for me. There'll be a lot of fatigue. So it's like any physical activity, I think, like sports people also, or just any ordinary person. You're not going to run marathons every day. But that whole idea of training your body to do the mechanical aspect, that is very important for a musician, whether it's a vocalist or an instrumentalist. So that goes on because I want to continue being a performer for some amount of time, at least, until the time that the listeners are not tired. So to do that, I need to be honest to my work in terms of the physicality. Okay, that's one aspect. But also to being able to internalize that I have learned, let's say, from my guru, or that I have observed and imbibed through observation. And like you said, connecting the dots. That's also very important aspect. And I think there, of course, when you're thinking yourself, you're introspecting, that happens very often without the instrument, without being in touch with the instrument, because it's all happening in your head and in your body, entire body. You're sensing that. It happens at a subconscious level as well. And also when you're teaching. So teaching, I feel, is a very big educational activity for the teacher, not just for the student. And as you grow older, because I mean, it depends on what kind of a teacher you are, but I like to be able to articulate much of what I'm teaching practically. Okay. So it's not just, either learning by rote or just observe me and just imitate. So I like to break it down, but at the same time, I'm very conscious of the fact that I don't want to lose the that element of observation and being able to imbibe through observation, which is very integral in the Guru-Shishya parampara, where much is unspoken in terms of articulating concepts, or the articulation and theorizing may utilize similes and metaphors and even myths. So that aspect is also important for me. But at the same time, one part of me says that no, I need to look at it more logically, especially because the next generation has information at its access with just a hit on the button, So as a teacher, I think I need to be conscious about that and be prepared as much as possible. So yeah.
Let me double down on the aspect of teaching for a moment. Like a beautiful phrase I read in one of your interviews was where you mentioned that when you were learning from Pandit Nikhil Ghosh, you were learning about the totality of music. And I really like that phrase. I was chatting with a young cinematographer friend of mine, and off the cuff, I was thinking aloud and just giving her advice. And I was just saying that, look, there are 3 ways and 3 paths of growth, 3 stages of growth if you're a cinematographer. And stage 1 would be that you just make it visible. Everything is in focus, light is falling properly, it's visible. Stage 2 is you make it look good, you make it look beautiful, etc., etc. Stage 3 is you make it make sense. and stage 3 is the hardest. And I am guessing that this that same thing applies to music as well. That it's stage 2 a lot of people reach. They can get enough of the craft to make something sound great, but to understand what they are doing, why they are doing it, why they are playing a particular way, to see the bigger picture, as it were, to be able to take that step back is much harder. And I'm interested in your journey in the learning process, both in learning this and then figuring out the pedagogy of it, how to teach it. Because again, to use something else as an analog, when I think about chess, for example, you can learn chess in two ways. One is I can just teach you the moves and say, okay, d4, d5, c4 is queen's gambit, and just teach you the openings. And then gradually, you figure out how the moves, the pieces work, then you learn a few moves, and then by playing, you figure shit out, and gradually patterns form in your head. The other way is I can come in a top-down way and give you broad principles and say, look, space is important, occupy the center. Initiative is important, develop your pieces quickly, etc., etc. And again, I would imagine the same thing applies to music. And I wonder about how does one balance the two? Does it depend on the person learning? How was it for you? That at some level, some amount of it is just imitation. The person's watching you play, you're teaching him something, or you're teaching her something, and she's picking it up and being able to play those notes in the way that you want. But also then there are those higher principles, which as a thinker about music as well, you also want to get that across, because that's so important. So what has been so this is really two questions in a sense. Apologize for thrusting so much on you, but as a learner, what was your journey from that initial phase where you kind of, I guess, like the sound of something and you get into it, but then you begin to step out of that, and then continuing that journey as a teacher? What approach does one take? Does it depend on the purpose, and does it even depend on modern times? Because in olden times, when you were learning from Pandit Ghosh, I guess there was a lot of patience. You're not looking at your phones, you have nothing else to learn from, it's just him and you. And today it's like you have just so many options. Your attention is fragmented, can be fragmented, not always is. So what are your thoughts on?
So yeah, when I started, I mean, really at the very initial stages, and that's pretty much the case, I think, with most students of Hindustani music. For instance, you start with the technique for the instrument. So you start with, let's say, what does the right hand do? What's the left hand supposed to do? Then you put them together, and you have the basic vocabulary for the instrument. So you're getting accustomed to technique, you're getting accustomed to the vocabulary, and slowly these building blocks come together to introduce you to the repertoire. And then even the repertoire that is taught is taught in a graded manner. And broadly, there are two ways in which you could learn. One is, of course, the traditional Guru-Shishya parampara, and one is the more institutionalized way through either a music class or music school or university or whatever. So when I started as a student of music, I was 6, and I was a student in a tabla class with a bunch of other kids. So they were group sessions, and like I said, we were taught in this graded manner. And subsequently, I mean, that classroom was part of a larger music school set up by my guru, Pandit Nikhil Ghosh. And eventually, I think, he was definitely supervising my, progress through the years. But eventually he told me that now I need to learn directly from him. There, of course, by then I was used to the technique, and I was aware of the vocabulary and the repertoire and everything. So that, it didn't have to begin with at the grassroots level, So then the format of teaching was basically, I was sitting in on sometimes his practice sessions, sometimes just observing, his practice. I was very fortunate that he allowed me to do that, because very often musicians at that level, they may not allow an outsider really, or a third person to be in the room. You're there, you have your accompanist, and that's it, because you want to work on your stuff. So, but I would creep into the room. I think I was like a fly on the wall. And so I got to observe and absorb a lot through that. During those sessions, sometimes he would say, "Do you have this composition?" "No, you don't have." "Okay, then learn it." Either it would be just reciting, or then he would say, "Go and bring the tabla." Okay, then I would learn it. But on other occasions, it was actual teaching, where just the two of us were there. But through those sessions, there was very little talking. Very little talking. First of all, his schedule through the day was very different from any normal person. I'm saying normal person because normally we get up in early in the morning and go to bed by 11 or 12 or whatever, 1 o'clock. But his cycle was very different, and so his teaching or his own practice began around 9:30, 10 o'clock in the night, and it would go on till 11:30 or 12 or whatever. So that's the time when I was actually learning on most occasions. So there was very little talk, just playing. And very often it was like, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, we go on, But he was very kind about one thing, that it was very late for me to get back home at that point. So he would say that when you go home, you write it down, okay, and if you have any problems, ask me tomorrow. So, but that increased my capacity to memorize things. So I could memorize many compositions in one go. So that was great. That was a good training too. Yeah. So by the time I came to learn from him directly, it was very different from what I was used to in a classroom situation. And that's pretty much the case with any Guru-Shishya kind of training. Some gurus might want to talk about the music that they are making, but generally speaking, even to this day, that's not the case. When you start the music, you're just going on, But I have to say that the training process continued right till the end, just before he died. And I'm saying that because although he in the last 2 or 3 years of his life, he was not keeping too well, and so he wasn't really teaching me, with tabla. He would talk about concepts, and this had never been done before. Through this entire, decades of learning, that had not been done. And then now he was talking about, how do you look at tal, the whole idea of the time cycle. Or sometimes he would even talk about performance etiquette or those kind of things, which sometimes he would earlier, when he would ask me, okay, where were you performing and what was it like, and he would ask me to recount various aspects of that particular performance, and then he would comment on that. But here it was a very different thing. It was more to do with the philosophy of music, his philosophy of making music. For instance, one day, he just said, there should be economy in art, he said. And for me, that came as suddenly out of the blue, and what it is to be minimal. So these kind of interesting concepts came up at that stage. which is very late in the entire learning curve, so to speak. So now,
When was this? So when he started?
this was in the mid 90s. Yeah, yeah. So, and by which time I was already performing a lot. So performing, recording, etc. So, yeah, as is the case with every Guru Shishya kind of training, the training is just endless, and you get to learn from these little nuggets as well, which have nothing really to do with, let's say, repertoire or technique, and yet you're enriching yourself and you're preparing yourself for the larger world of music making. So I'm very thankful for that kind of generosity, that he had with explaining these concepts or just talking about them, but now when I'm teaching, because you asked me about that, I feel that I shouldn't stop myself from talking about these things even at the initial stages. Because why should I make a student? I'm not saying that gurus make the students wait. Some do. Some do, as we know that there's a lot of exploitation of various kinds in this Guru Shishya tradition too. But and even and there are equally demerits even in the institutionalized form of training, which we can talk about later on. But I'm saying that I feel even if it's a little kid, for instance, once I used the word improvisation, and there was a little kid learning from me. And I said, if I'm using this word, I need to explain to him, what I mean. So we talked about it, So I feel that I should not hold myself back and underestimate the student. Will he or she be able to grasp, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to grasp, at that stage, but these guys may be quicker, So I just talk, so I feel as a teacher, it's important to demystify without losing the magic. I feel those things are not the same. There is a certain kind of magic in making music. At the same time, you don't need to mystify it all. So I think I try to do that with my students, and I'm hoping that I'm able to do it okay. That's for them to decide.
So many delightful digressions I want to take because of what you just said.
Yeah.
One thing I got reminded of is, and the economist James Heckman did these studies where he found that kids between the ages of 0 to 5, if they grow up listening to 10-letter words around them, they have an extra layer of cognition. In other words, they are smarter than kids who grow up without that. And I often think of that as one of the greatest privileges, like even more so than being born in a rich family or well-to-do or whatever. And 10-letter words obviously being a proxy for that kind of discourse and conversation. And I'm thinking that in a musical sense, your being allowed to sit into the practice sessions of Panditji would have been exactly that through osmosis, without knowing how, you must just have been picking up so much. And this is why I totally encourage never thinking it's too early to teach someone something, but just go for it, because you never know. I want to double click on that point of economy, because I talk about it a lot, and I had reason to think about it yesterday when a friend of mine sent me this delightful reel about an animated couple. It was an animated reel. This couple is, I think, in a bathtub bizarrely, but they're arguing about the Godfather, and this guy is saying, I don't like the Godfather, and this woman is saying, why don't you like it? So while explaining that why he doesn't like it, he at one point he uses a phrase, it insists upon itself. And my friend Gurpriya, who sent it to me, said that sounds like the kind of thing you would say. And this is a coincidence because I was rewatching Godfather recently, and the first thought I had after watching the first few scenes is, I tell my writing students about show don't tell, and I thought the first half an hour is a masterclass in how every scene is show don't tell, is showing you something. But then I thought that it is, this is a good side. But the flip side, which I suddenly thought, I wouldn't have thought this 20 years ago, is that it is also conscious of its own craft, and in a sense is insisting upon itself. And therefore, while a young musician may want to show off everything that they can do with their instrument, as you get older, there is a tendency to do less and less of that. Till, I would argue, taken to an extreme, there might even be the tendency to do absolutely nothing, like Philip Glass did. And I wonder how one thinks about that, because the imperatives for a musician in modern times is exactly the opposite. Because what the audience expects from a musician is virtuosity, especially from a tabla player. It is always the solos that are going up, where all those tremendous things are happening. But it's not really about that. And your finest moments of flow are possibly something that an outsider would never really recognize or understand. So how does one sort of balance those things? Because have you also with the time come to a greater economy in your expression, and is it something that has to come naturally with age as you grow older, or is it something that to a certain extent, once a student reaches a certain age stage of development, they can begin to get it? What are your thoughts on this?
I think a lot of it has to do with the training that you've undergone. So, and the general culture of making music that you are surrounded with. So, in the case of my Guruji, for instance, so he pointed that out. So, that training was already there. But even before that, I think the kind of music you make or the kind of art you make is obviously a reflection of your personality. And I mean, that's why you're making art in the first place. So, for me, increasingly so, it's not so when I started, because neither was I able to articulate that why I was doing tabla, why I was doing music, nor did I want to speak about that. But now I speak to my students about that, and I say that every day, I mean, not every day, but I'm just saying in a manner of speaking, every day you should wake up and ask yourself, why am I doing this? Because if you ask the why question, it will determine how you're going to do it. As simple as that. So if my why has an answer that I'm doing art, any kind of art, to be able to emote, and not to be able to emote, but to express that emotion through a certain medium. Of course, I'm emoting, but expressing that through a medium. Then that's why I'm making art. Why am I a performer wanting an audience? Is because I want to communicate that expression to somebody else so that my innermost emotions get across, hopefully, to that listener or viewer, whatever. So now I need to then think about whether there is a kind of a barrier between a constructed barrier between my emotions and how I'm doing it. Okay, if I don't let my emotions flow, okay, in a in an unhindered fashion, and I only think about the technique or the vocabulary or repertoire, etc., then that's getting the better of me. Okay. But if I think of all that as a medium for my emotions to get across to you, then I think differently about making music. And when I do that, then I feel I don't need to show off everything that I have. Okay. I don't need to tell you I can play so fast. Okay. If it's not required, okay. And of course, it's not some simplistic, like one-to-one correspondence. If I feel this way in myself, then I'm going to play fast or slow or whatever. It's just a flow that happens. As a young student as well, my generally my personality was not so flamboyant in a sense, so I took to being minimal very easily, I think. uh, even as a person. So I mean, literally a few decades ago, I couldn't have imagined that I'm speaking as much as I'm doing now, So I'm hoping that my friends will vouch for that. But but I'd like to think that I didn't speak as much at that point, and I think somewhere that got through to the. So if I could say something, let's say in the span of four matras, four time units of a cycle of 16, let's say, I didn't think I needed to say anything for the total 16, length of 16. I was fine with four, okay? Because I wanted to say something. I didn't want to say it to impress somebody, not the main artist I'm a soloist I'm accompanying, or the audience. I never had that idea. So, and it's not something great that I did or that I taught myself to do. It just came naturally. And that continues to this day, I think. I like to get involved in the totality of the canvas that anybody in the ensemble is building. And so for me, if I can add color to that canvas, which enhances that, that's most important for me, being part of that larger narrative is more important. And sure, if you feel that, okay, you need to give a twist to the narrative, so you nudge a little bit, and see how the person responds. If the response is good, wonderful. If it's absent, or it's not taken very well, then you understand and then you change your course. So that's more like it. So I'm generally, for instance, you spoke about the solo sections, and this has been the case when you talk about tabla players, even in the past, that generally people believe that, okay, the tabla player has an opportunity to project himself or herself when they are accompanying instrumental performances more than vocal performances, because that's the nature of accompaniment. Okay. Or then you do a solo, tabla solo, straight tabla solo. I kind of have a different opinion about that. Although there is a trend for the past several decades that you have larger solo interludes, tabla solo interludes in instrumental performances, whether you're accompanying sitar or sarod or whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be so. I mean, the sitar player may have played a large section, and yet you may not want to respond with an equally large section. You might want to just play something, like I said, 4 time units, So you finish it off, So, and just get the story out there, So for me, that has always been the case, and that continues. And I talk about this to my students as well. And of course, I make them aware of the hard facts of being a professional tabla player, where the demands may be quite different, from you. In a performance situation. But at the same time, I tell them that, okay, this is something that you need to decide. Finally, it's about finding your voice, creating your identity in this space. So if you're happy with an identity like what I spoke about, so be it, then you shouldn't be bothered whether you're going to get 10 concerts or 15 or nobody's going to call you or whatever. However, if that's going to be a problem for you, then you just go with what people are doing and you'll be one among 100 tabla players.
So there are two sort of paradoxes I want to talk about, which it strikes me just thinking aloud that a musician kind of comes across. And the first is something which my friend Suresh Vyas, maybe you know him, the Srot player. Yeah.
Of course.
So Suresh was chatting about his time learning from Annapurna Devi ji, and she was a purist who did not believe in performing at all, and it was just her communion with the music, and there was that sense that audiences get in the way, and I'm just going to do my thing, and etc. etc. And I'm thinking that for a musician, especially a Hindustani classical musician, there therefore become two imperatives. One imperative is that communion with the music. It's me and the music, and I'm in flow and I'm in state, and I'll just be true to it and I'll do what it takes. And the other is the imperative of performing for an audience which may want a particular kind of thing. Now, in your book about Hindustani classical, you have this great quote by Ravi Shankar ji, where he says that you can't charge a fee and sell tickets to an audience and then just sit there and do whatever you want or play alap for the entire concert. Some people may get bored. Or if you show your virtuosity right from the beginning, playing for the gallery, people get tired of that also. So now it is a beautiful compromise that everyone is trying to do. In the beginning, we always start with the alap, which is supposed to be more spiritual, and then we gradually accelerate into a faster tempo. That is the usual format. End quote. And he lays out the template here. And in your other book, Hindustani Music in Colonial Bombay, you quote Vaman Rao Deshpande, where he says that the Second World War and the post-independence decade saw an increase in the size of audiences, and artists felt they were called upon to entertain this large mass of listeners. A khayal at the start, then a thumri, followed by Natya Sangeet before the intermission. Once again, a khayal, a thumri, Natya Sangeet, a bhajan, culminating in a bhairavi. That became the pattern of performance. Stop quote. So on the one hand, you have an audience which, depending on the kind of audience, is expecting a particular kind of thing. And on the other hand, the music takes you where it takes you. How does one kind of navigate that sort of area? Like Shubhaji in her episode with me also spoke about a similar this thing, that sometimes it might seem to the viewer ki aap stage pe baithe ho and you're entering this mystical zone and it's also amazing, but you are thinking that it is hot and sweaty and the light is straight in your eye, or piche se fan ka kuch ho raha hai, and etc., and all those practical things are this thing. So this is the first of the paradoxes, that as a musician, how does one reconcile this? Or do you just reconfigure your thinking to saying that I'll just code shift? If I'm with an audience, this is what I'm doing. There's a particular purpose. I'll code shift for that. And when I'm with myself, I'll go wherever that takes me. How does one navigate this?
I mean, definitely when you're with yourself, when you're practicing on your own, maybe with just one more person or whatever, you're not thinking about the outside world. I mean, you shouldn't be thinking about the outside world, because there are people then who are also rehearsing things for the outside world. So there's a difference, there's a difference between practice, sheer practice, and rehearsing.
And as you pointed out, people are increasingly putting up their riyaz on Instagram.
Exactly. I mean, riyaz, everybody says sadhana and this and that, devotion and dedication and everything. And it's supposed to be a moment for introspection. Okay. Or then that it's so much a part, so integral to your musical life that you don't want to talk about it. Okay. Like, do you talk about breathing? I say that to my students, that do you put up reels about you breathing? I mean, you don't. So, yeah, but I think this is generally the trend, that you put up reels for practice, and also it's very out of context, because sometimes you have only 1 minute reels, and so supposing you have a tan section. I mean, the tan section is supposed to be part of a larger canvas, and if you don't understand the larger canvas as a listener, that seems like from anywhere to anywhere, so it's like a paragraph from a book. It's strange, you know. So I feel that, yeah, that's the pattern that happens. But when you're on stage, of course, like Shubha mentioned, that you're surrounded by all these real things, the light, the AC, everything. But at a certain point, even that, you should train yourself to switch off. I mean, this is what you have now. Okay, you've accepted to come into this situation. Okay, you are faced with whatever challenges that are there. Sometimes even the audience may not be very receptive, but you've got to do what you've come there to do. So there's a responsibility, not to others, but to the music that you're making. Okay, to yourself, of course, but to the music you're making. You have to be honest to the music. It's funny that we should be talking about this, because I have increasingly been thinking about this, that and this is related to the kind of pedagogy I feel that exists in, at least in Hindustani music. I feel that, when, let's say, when you're a little kid or something like that, when you're a young student of music, you begin probably because you like the sound of the instrument, or you like the sound of your voice, or whatever. You're drawn to making music, and so you start learning. At first, you're happy that you can please your family and friends. अरे कैसे बजा रहे हैं, अरे बहुत अच्छा बजाओ, थोड़ा और नया क्या सीखा है, that kind of thing, and you're happy about that. But pretty much a large part of your musical journey during this period is taken up by you wanting to satisfy first, and hopefully even please your guru. Okay, this doesn't happen so much in a classroom situation, but when you're in that Guru-Shishya thing, where there is customized teaching happening, it's really serious stuff. So you're constantly aware. It's like, and I have gone through this, that if there's an audience, let's say, of 100 people, okay, or 200 or whatever, and there's your guru there, you're only focusing on your guru. What is he thinking? I'm very conscious of that. And let's say there's no audience and there's your guru. It's like thousands and thousands of people, in this one body. Okay. So, like I said, you're constantly wanting to satisfy and please your guru. Okay. And perhaps in the back of your mind, it's to do with also the kind of time and energy he has invested in you, or whatever, and also that kind of hierarchy which exists in that Guru-Shishya tradition, where you are always beholden to the guru. And so you're always conscious of that fact. And so you go on thinking, is he happy? Is he happy? Okay. Even when he is not in the audience. I have come across some performers who are literally scared, because of some listeners in the audience who may report to their guru,
Wow.
that I saw he sang like this and he did this, and so such people are very scared also. So it's not only satisfy or please, but also there's an element of fear. So, but yes, so a long time goes with that. Okay. Then after that, when you think, okay, for whatever reason, maybe your guru has passed away or whatever, or you think that he's okay with what you're doing, then you're thinking about the audience. Is the audience happy? Is every member of the audience happy? Is the reviewer happy? Is the organizer happy? All that happens. Pretty much your entire musical life is taken up by making other people, trying to make other people happy. finally you reach a stage, like you said about your 70s, when you feel, I'm enjoying this moment. Okay. I'm enjoying my voice. I'm enjoying my the tonal quality. Okay. So there you're pleasing yourself. Okay. When do you actually please the music? Is my question. You are actually not thinking about the music. That music is actually a medium to please people. One person, 10 people, hundreds of people, or yourself. But you are not living only with the music. Minus all these are all extraneous factors. Because that music for me should be a medium for me to express my emotions. They are my emotions, nobody else's emotions. So I should be always living with the music. But here there is always a barrier between the music and you. And I feel something needs to be done in our teaching system, where very early you tell the student, of course, people say that concentrate on the rag and this and that, but they look at it more in terms of the grammar of making music. It's not, I feel it's not at a conceptual level. What I was saying, my guru was telling me about the philosophy of music, but towards the end, I think we can start talking about that much earlier. Why let the student go through this entire grind, because it takes a heavy emotional toll on the student, I feel, because there is always this subservience and because of this hierarchy. So the student very often is not able to, articulate what the kind of questions he or she may be facing, So this becomes a problem. So I think gurus or teachers in a classroom situation is difficult because you're teaching tens of people, But definitely in individual instruction, it is possible because you really get to know the person. So there, I think the guru can have a free discussion about all these ideas so that the student is not overawed by this whole idea of trying to please. I understand that a performer is, of course, trying to reach out to the listener or the viewer. I understand that. Otherwise, you would be performing in your bedroom, right? So, and that wouldn't be a performance. It's just playing for yourself. But once you are in a public arena, then you definitely need to be conscious of the fact that, there is a kind of a responsibility there, like if you've been given 1 hour, so you need to adhere to that. So you can't just, swim around. But at the same time, how will you lose yourself in the music if you aren't thinking only about the music and nothing else? And I think this whole thing stems from the idea of humility. Humility is so integral to the educational process. You cannot learn anything without humility. The moment you let your ego come in the way, that's it. That's the end of it all. So I think at every stage, which is not to say that you don't have self-respect. There's a difference. So you shouldn't allow anybody to climb all over you, but there should be an element of this humility when you're learning. And that's when you can approach the music in that way. And the tradition has many examples of this, some may be, mystified, like, people say that whether you like to believe it or no, some people say, oh, मैं so and so राग बजा रहा तो image खड़ा हो गया, हाँ, some genie or something like that, So, but the idea behind that, I think, is that they were so immersed in the music, so they lost themselves. And I think for an artist that is very important. And you lose yourself, and then you forget about it. They don't also very often, when you have a concert, you tend to dwell too much about the concert also, great things you have done there, or even the dismal stuff that has happened. I mean, of course, you should be aware of the good and the bad as a performer. But beyond that, there's no point in just thinking about that concert, It's better if the listeners think about the concert. But you move on, and think about the music. So, yeah, I think this is a problem we have in our, lives as students of music and performers. And I don't know whether there's a way out, an easy way out. I think everybody has to think about this in their own ways. But I do think about it, and I speak to my students about it.
I love the way you brought that third element in. Like, I'd asked you about the paradox about pleasing yourself and pleasing the audience, and you said, what about pleasing the music? And I love that. And this reminded me of a story my good friend Prem Panikar once told me, where he's told me about this writer. I forget the name now, but this writer was essentially asked about his writing method, and how does he shut the noise out. And he said that what I do is I go inside a room, and I lock the door so nobody can come in, and then I sit down. So the interviewer asked him, so that's when you begin to write, when you're alone in the room? He says, no, I'm not alone yet. There's nobody physically there with me, but in my head there are the voices of all the people who have expectations of me, that person's guru, so to say, and all the public and all the janta and all, and I wait for them to leave. So the interviewer asked, oh, that is when you begin to write? So he said, no, I still can't write because I'm still in the room. I wait till I leave the room, and then the story tells itself. Wow. And this is exactly, pleasing the music, as you're saying, right? Yes. You're not in the process. The music is what it is, and you just kind of go with that. And how often do you achieve this? How hard is it?
It's difficult. Definitely, it's difficult. Let me be very honest that it happens more when you're with yourself at home and without somebody viewing or listening. The moment there's another person, there's an element of performance. There is an element of performance, and you want to hide your problem areas. You take lesser risks, but I'd like to think that as I grow older and with more experience on stage, I'd like to think that I hopefully take more risks on stage. And this whole idea about improvisation, this term, I mean, we have borrowed this term from the West. The terms that we actually have that approximate the word improvisation in the Hindustani tradition is actually vistar or badat. And what do those suggest? It's the elaboration or extension of a seed idea. Okay. And so there may be several seed ideas, and you are elaborating or extending them. So it's not like some anarchic kind of thing that you think of or you think of something on the spur of the moment. No, there's a seed. For instance, you start with a rag or you start with a tal. That means that there is a certain image. That image is there in your mind. The moment you announce, I'm going to sing Yaman, the initiated listener also knows, the Yaman, that means this is the configuration. So it's not like you're starting with something absolute blank page. So this whole mystification also about Hindustani tradition that, we do everything on stage, we have not thought of anything earlier. That's incorrect and misleading, actually. I speak about this to my students. And, the very important thing in the Indian tradition, which we tend to forget, musical tradition, is that, and Dr. Ashok Ranade would always talk about the music making process actually starts from the very intent of making music. Very important. Very important. Even before you articulate, whether on the instrument or through your voice or whatever, the intent of making music is where it all begins. What a great idea this is. So, you are actually already living with the music, but you are not able to grasp with that idea. Nobody has told you that. The music is in you. Of course, you have the training and everything. But once you're a performer, that music is in you at a subconscious level, at a conscious level. And okay, when you actually sing or play, it's manifest for others and probably for yourself also. But it's very much there. So, if we accept this idea of the music being within yourself and take it to its logical conclusion, what I think is logical, in the performance space also, that the music is in yourself. So be true to the music and be with the music. Don't think of other things. They will just come and go because that is transient. You're in a performance space, you're in a venue, and you're out of it. Okay? But the music is constantly with you. Even before you came to the venue and even after you leave the venue. So once we, kind of get used to that idea, I think as performers, you can be more honest.
That's such a profound thought, and it's true of all the arts. I mean, the story is always within the writer. The film is always within this thing. It's just that intent when it. Before I go on to the second paradox, I want to double click on what you mentioned about it being so important to have humility and to get ego out of the way. And my sort of observation of working with young people is that it actually plays out differently across the genders. Like what I have seen is that with men, the ego is much more of a problem. It is the problem that you start learning something or you start doing something, there is just performative urge. You want to show how good you are at it. It's everything you write or every note you play is a peacock's feather, as it were, right? And that's a problem with men, and they have to fight past it. And I often see, and of course I'm generalizing and there are exceptions and outliers, but what I often see is with women, it's the other way around, where if anything there is too little self-belief often. Just as men are always in that main character syndrome, I feel too many women are in that side character syndrome. And that self-belief which you spoke about, that self-belief itself is difficult to come upon. So when I criticize a male writing student of mine for something, though actually none of my writing students has reacted like this, but a classic response that a male might come up with is the initial impulse, which I would certainly have had as a young person, is to say that, oh, this fool doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Because your ego is hurt. It's like you're being attacked. Whereas a classic instinctive response from a woman is to gaslight herself and say, oh, I'm not good enough, I have done something wrong, etc., etc. So is this something that you have also seen in your experience working with men and women?
Oh man, this is a difficult terrain. So really speaking, I can't generalize. Okay, so I've seen both aspects in both genders. So really, I've seen prima donnas as well, and who don't think anything about the world around them. And similarly, I've seen male musicians in the same manner. And likewise, I've seen diffident people, men and women. So it's difficult to generalize, really.
But as a teacher, how does one get past these two things? Do you let them make their journeys and gradually evolve, or are you explicit about what they're doing wrong and try to how does one tackle this? Because I guess a large part of being a teacher is not just about the craft of the music, but in a sense you're teaching them how to live also. As in a sense, I'm guessing Panditji and everyone else who taught you must have also changed you as a person without your realizing.
Yes. I mean, like I said, that it depends on the kind of teacher you are. For instance, if you're a kind of teacher, and this is not to underestimate the role of that kind of teacher, but let's say a student comes to you and you teach by the clock, 1 hour, and that's it. Okay. And finished. You come the next week and we begin and then finish again. So that's one way of teaching. The other way is where you have more of a mentoring. But at the same time, there are problem areas with that as well, because, like I said, there's a hierarchy due to convention that needs to be broken with self respect on both sides and mutual respect on both sides too. I, as a mentor, for instance, in the Guru-Shishya tradition, let's say you come to me as a student and you come like in a subservient kind of role. And then I get into your mind and your life, and then I start controlling it. That's a problem, That's a very serious problem, and that can live with you as a student for a long, long time. So I, as a teacher, I need to be conscious of that. How much should I, interact? At what level? At what stage of your studentship should I do that? Where it won't seem like a transgression on my part. Even though you may not say it in so many words, but maybe 10 years down the line, you may say it or you may feel it at that time. So many things that a responsible teacher and a sensitive teacher could bring to the whole teaching process. So I tread carefully when I'm teaching my students, depending at what stage they are, what age they are as well. Okay, what else is happening in their lives? Are they going to college? Are they working, etc., etc.? So what demands can I make on them as students of music? That's very important. I can't expect them, let's say, to set aside everything and practice for 8 hours. Let's say that's just an example I'm giving you. So that's not possible. So particularly in today's day and age. So I need to make some changes in my own view of things, my worldview, whatever it is. And likewise, I need to have an open discussion with the teacher, with the student, so that there's no waste of time for him as well as for me.
The second paradox I was getting at is about that tussle between being a musician of an instrument on the one hand, that you are a tabla player, but also having to perform with other people where you are a tabla player in a band. And true of any instrumentalist, even a vocalist, you have other people with you. I wonder how you kind of navigate that, because there has always, as you have pointed out, been a hierarchy in Hindustani classical. The vocalist used to be top of the ladder, and basically someone like you would be bottom of the ladder in that sense. And on the one hand, you're becoming great at the instrument, but on the other hand, nobody is, outside of people who really get it, no one is really noticing unless, you step out of that zone and do some show offy thing and etc etc, but otherwise no, the people aren't really going to notice you. So how does that play out, where on the one hand you want to be noticed, you want to show how good you are, but on the other hand your fealty to the music demands that you just do what the music demands? Like you said earlier that everyone in a band is just thinking about how they can add their little bit of color to the canvas, and if it is not required there's no need to add it, but if it is required then you add it. So on the one hand there is that thing of that I shouldn't do any more than is required, I should be in the background in this part. But especially when you're young, especially when there is male ego and there is a desire to impress others, there is also that. So how does one kind of deal with that conflict, especially as one is developing? I guess over a period of time you know what your role in a particular concert is, and everyone's vibing well with each other and giving the space to each other, etc etc. But in that in that journey of learning, how do you navigate that? And then in a sense you are reliving that journey of learning all the time through your students. So how does one then navigate that?
Yeah, I think, like I said, integral to the learning process is the idea of humility. And if you can take that idea to the performance space as well, whether you are the soloist or whether you are an accompanist to vocal, instrumental, or dance, or a band, or whatever, orchestra. If you have that kind of humility, then you get to learn a lot more things, first of all. You get to enjoy the process more. You get to enjoy other people's musicianship and artistry far more than you would otherwise have if you were only thinking about yourself and your music. So I think humility is very important. You mentioned that the vocalist is in the Hindustani tradition was regarded on the highest rung of the ladder, and the tabla player or the accompanist on the lowest. I like to think that when you're at the lowest rung, you're also very close to the ground, So you've got your feet, closest to the ground, so you can be, firmly placed, provided you would like to do that, and you don't feel, hindered in any way by other people. Like you said, that if you lose yourself to the music, then all these things are immaterial, And of course, there are moments when, there's a funny episode I had that I was playing, I think, with a sitar player in Matunga, in this Karnataka Sangh Hall. I don't know, I think they're doing some renovation there right now. So I couldn't hear the tanpura. It was an electronic tanpura, and I couldn't hear it. Now, I asked the person manning the sound equipment, can I have a little more tanpura on my monitor? And then after that, the first section of the concert, somebody, I think the announcer said that this is the first tabla player we've come across who has asked for more tanpura, and not asked for his own tabla, volume to go up. I mean, it's not something great, but it's just that I was thinking about the totality of the music at the time. So yeah, you lose yourself in the music, and then you don't feel that it's a problem.
Let's talk about the Guru-Shishya parampara as we're on the subject. And it strikes me that it is something that can be sublime and beautiful, but it is also something that can be deeply dangerous. Like, it can of course be sublime and beautiful because if there is a right match between a guru and a shishya, and it is an immersion that you can't possibly get through any other way, and it can be life changing. But I also think that there is a possibility that when you look at people who've come out well out of the Guru-Shishya parampara, you could be committing the selection bias. You could only be looking at the people who came out well. But it seems that there is a lot of possibility of things going wrong. Like in a classroom environment, like if I'm going to school, I have 10 teachers. If one of them is a bad teacher or somebody is not teaching one subject well, it's okay, I can get past it. But in a Guru Shishya parampara, you're basically all in. If you get a mismatch that doesn't work out, regardless of whose fault it might be, but if you just get a mismatch, it could be absolutely disastrous. You could lose interest in the music. You could not go in the sort of right directions. Like a good guru is not just someone who knows the craft, not just someone who can teach it, but also someone who can understand each individual student. I'm guessing it requires human psychology, and all of those also automatically come into it. And therefore, it can be, I mean, that's a flip side to me, that you could have a life destroyed if you just go down the wrong path. So, what are your thoughts on that? You've been both a student in that and in some ways a teacher. So, what are your thoughts?
See, first and foremost, we have to accept that not everybody can be a performer, successful or otherwise. Okay? Not everybody can perform. And then the next step is perform well. Okay? So, not everybody has it in him or her. So, whether you are training in the Guru Shishya Parampara, you have the best guru, etc., there may be something lacking in the student. So, you can't really find fault in the system itself or in the guru. On the other hand, the student may be great, the shishya may be great, may be able to grasp things, has great talent, and is able to perform as well, has it in him or her, but the guru is falling short for whatever reason, either the guru can't deliver, or the guru is being secretive with the material, or exploitative, or whatever else, So we have to accept that both things operate. Okay. So it works whether the guru is a great guy or no, and whether the student is good or no. But I also feel that if there is a healthy dialogue between the two, that goes a long way in producing good results. You may not have a top-notch performer, but you will have a reasonably good performer, or you will have a reasonably good or even very good teacher. You will train a teacher, somebody who can be a teacher, or somebody who can be a composer, or somebody who can be a writer. So there are so many areas related to music making that the guru should be aware of and appreciate. If the guru, however, is hell-bent on only producing performers, then that's a problem. And similarly, if the disciples also think only about performance and nothing else. In fact, I tell my students that particularly in today's world, practically and even at a conceptual level, it is good to be multitasking, to educate yourself in more things than just one. Because it just enriches you, it widens your horizons, it enables you to, have interaction with the wider community. Otherwise, you'll just be a tabla player or whatever. I mean, just be in the sense that that's just one role you'll be able to have. And I think life is about much more than just that.
Yeah, I mean, that's my great lament of academics, in fact, that we've just gone into this direction where everything is hyper specialized, and you don't have different disciplines talking to each other, and the death of the Renaissance man, as it were.
Yes.
And let's start talking about your life, and I want to ask you about your childhood. Tell me about the early years of your childhood. Tell me in particular about your parents. I was watching an interview of your dad, Vasant Pradhan, on YouTube, and it was beautiful. He was talking about Gandhi's thoughts and how you shouldn't just celebrate him 2 days of the year, but every day, etc., etc. And tell me about the mahal at home there, because I'm guessing that it's not the typical middle class home, in the sense your father had, of course, been imprisoned during the Quit India movement, and is thinking on a different plane, is thinking of higher purpose and all of that also, while he's a writer of many books and etc etc. So what was the mahal like at home? Tell me more about your mom. What was she like? Was there music at home? What were the kind of conversations? Give me a sense of that.
Wow. So, yeah, my parents came from different social backgrounds, actually. Both are Maharashtrian in that sense, but they came from different communities. So, my mother came from the Pathare Prabhu community, which was landed gentry, and came from a very wealthy family, the Dadaji Dhakji and that family. And she was born and brought up in a fairly westernized kind of situation. She went to cathedral school and then to boarding school in Pune, etc., etc. My father had a middle class background. His father was a postmaster during the British period, and so it was a transferable job. And postmasters at that time, of course, were very well respected. So I think during the First World War, he even went overseas for postal service.
Wow.
Yeah. So I remember seeing a medal that he was given, by the British government. And of course, his son, that is my father, went against the British government and, like you said, was imprisoned during Quit India. Later, once they met and of course married, etc., they already had. My mother, although she came from this wealthy background, during her college days, she was associated with student politics, and then with Revolutionary Socialist Party for a while. When we grew up, my siblings and me, my sisters, older than me and me, we were surrounded by political discourse, actually, or talk about trade union movement. Because both my parents had been involved in the trade union movement as well. And so we had people coming over, friends, family, friends, etc., who were primarily from these backgrounds. We had workers coming to our house. So we were privy to all these kind of discussions, about Marxism and what have you, Gandhian thought, etc., etc. So somewhere along the line, that influenced each of us. So my eldest sister, she specialized in labor law as a lawyer, and then went on to becoming a judge, and then she retired as an acting chief justice at Calcutta High Court. The next sister, she is a scientist and she works at Yale. So, and she organizes science cafes for the community, and she has invited brilliant scientists, to speak to just the general community, So all these ideas, I think, we were influenced by our parents, the liberal kind of familial upbringing that we had. And that kind of also influenced our musical taste. So my mother, of course, had learnt a bit of music. She had learnt vocal music. She had learnt a little bit of tabla. And like I said, she came from a wealthy family, so they were patrons of music. So I'm told that for my uncle's, thread ceremony, there was a 3-day program in Girgaon, which is where they stayed at that time. One day was Hirabai Barodekar, one day was Menkabai Shirodkar, and one day was, I think, Sundarabai. So the music was always there. Some of her siblings learned piano or violin. Some learned Indian music. My grandfather used to dabble in a little bit of violin. My maternal grandfather, violin. He used to play a little harmonium and stuff like that. So music was there primarily from my mother's side. My father uh, liked to listen to music, but wasn't into classical music as such. The one major avenue of listening to music was the radio, and the radio used to be on for pretty much many hours of the day, actually, either for news bulletins or for music broadcasts. And at that point the radio offered, you didn't have FM channels, but you had two, Bombay A and Bombay B, and you had uh, a diversity of musical forms being broadcast. So you had classical music, Hindustani and Carnatic. You had lunch hour music, which had Western classical music. You had non-film and film popular music. Okay, then you had Vivid Bharati, okay, which was popular music. So we grew up with all these kinds of musical inputs, which in some ways molded my musical landscape at that time, even before I started learning seriously. I was fond of singing at that point. And so a family friend of ours, also a journalist, he was then with Lok Satta. My father was with Lok Satta after he closed down his own newspaper. This family friend suggested to my parents that why don't we enroll him as a student in some music school or music class. So they said where, and we were at that point we were staying in Bandra. And so he said, well, Pandit Nikhil Ghosh has a school in Khar. It used to operate from his home and a small rental place near his home. So let's go there. So we rocked up there, and then one thing led to the other, and then I was enrolled as a student. But my guru's wife, she advised my parents at that time that maybe we should start him on tabla first, because at puberty, then you change your voice, and we don't know what will happen then. We'll teach him vocal music also, but let him start with tabla. So I started in the classroom under one of my guru's disciples, Eknath Pimple, and all his disciples used to have classes there under the larger umbrella. And so that's where I started, actually. And and then I stuck to it because I didn't really have any formal lessons in vocal music. But over the period, I learned compositions, vocal compositions, even a bit of sitar and stuff like that. Again, I enrolled myself in the sitar class in the same institution. So this is the way I started off as a student of music. And then, like I said, that my guru was keeping a close watch on the development, and at a certain point, so I started when I was in first grade, and at a certain point, maybe when I was in third or fourth grade, he told my parents that I want him to be, what do you think of the idea of him taking this up as a profession? And so they said, we'll leave the options open to him. Which is great, So they had no expectations about what course I should take. So they said, we'll leave all options open to him. So he said, would you be averse to the idea of him being in this musical environment every day? So they said no. So then, so it was decided then that after my school hours, I would be at his home playing with, accompanying his children or playing in some sitar class or vocal class. So basically, just to acclimatize me with all kinds of music that was happening there. And that's how it all happened. I mean, my sisters learned music. My eldest sister learned violin. The second sister, the older one, Nishita, in fact, she continued even in she was playing in some orchestras as well. Yeah. So Deepti, she learned sitar. She had learned violin and then she went on to learn sitar as well. So the musical predilection has always been there in the family, but nobody took it up as a profession. I mean, even in the next generation, I can say that my sister's children are very drawn to music. Yeah.
Wow, it seems like, that thing we were discussing earlier about 10-letter words. Therefore, you had the musical equivalent of those 10-letter words around you
Yes.
in the sense,
Yes.
music everywhere. Give me a sense of your imaginative universe in those days, because, to a young person today, their growing up would be like completely different in every way, in the sense that you've always got a black screen with you, you've got everything in the internet is available to you, etc., etc. In your time, you mentioned listening to radio all the time. In your beautiful book Chasing the Rag Dream, the first memorable chapter is on radio, in fact. And a lot of people don't realize that for our generation, like, radio was a big deal. There wasn't much. There was radio, there were one or two channels on TV. In your case, TV also came later. So what was that imaginative universe in terms of, where were the boundaries of the world? Like, you mentioned that your mom also had a Western upbringing, your grandfather learned the violin, she also, your sisters learned the violin and the sitar. So tell me about the mix of cultural influences that is happening here. What are the books you are reading? How often do you go to see cinema? What do you do when you're bored? What do you daydream about? Give me a sense of all this.
So I've always been surrounded by books because of my father, because of my mom, and all of us love reading. Actually, my sisters too. So there's never a moment when we are not surrounded by books in any of our houses. That's one thing. So we grew up with seeing these beautiful spines, of books, from Das Kapital to everything possible, or Discovery of India, and and at the same time we had the kid books as well, Of course, we had the Enid Blyton type of things as well. And that was a time when you had circulating libraries. So you became a member of that and, you borrowed those books. You had your prized collection of comics as well. I used to love those, and literally salivate on Tintins and what have you. So I did all of that as well. But at the same time, I remember moments when my father would say that, I just come here 1 minute. And he said, read this paragraph, from some book, and you're okay, fine. Now you can go.
Wow.
So either it could be from Nehru's book or whatever, no? So at that point, perhaps I couldn't make sense of what was happening. But at a deeper level, I think it was all happening there. And like I said, that it was this liberal kind of atmosphere that has, instilled in us those traits as well. So we have always, we have not shied from taking a stand on things that are happening either in our own discipline or elsewhere too, in society as well. Yeah, it's not something that is, just empty polemic for us. This is something that activates us deep down. And that has come from our parents and the kind of upbringing and the kind of influences in our home. Well, about imagination at that age, for instance, I was gifted this little tambourine. I still have that, and with the same skin and everything, it still remains with me. And it's a very fond memory because I would cradle it in my arm and beat it in some uneducated fashion and sing along, and sing along with songs that were broadcast on radio, Marathi songs, etc. And that was one type of imagination, the musical imagination, so to speak. My favorites, like literally like anthems, were one was a Marathi song composed by Sudhir Phadke, Dehachi Tizori, and it's a great song, and I just love singing it. And the other one was from the first Hindi film that I had seen, Hathi Mere Sathi, Rajesh Khanna. And so, what is it? Chal 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 Mere Hathi Mere Sathi. And these were my go-to songs, Even in school, I would be asked by the teacher, because I had a reasonably okay voice, So the teacher would say during a free, hour, Anish, come and sing, for the class. And these were the two songs, And I'm sure my friends got bored of it all. But so this was the kind of musical scenario. And of course, otherwise, because I was reading all these comics, I also fancied myself as being Phantom or Tarzan or whatever, and that's like every other kid,
So you still remember Dehachi Tijori? You can sing a bit of it for us?
Don't ask me to do that.
Try. It must be a long time since you did that.
Yeah, I wouldn't remember the words, but Dehachi Tizori Bhakti Chach Theva Ughadar Deva Ata Ughadar Deva. Something like that.
Beautiful. Tell me about how, through this phase, there's a certain point in time where all possibilities are open, and then gradually you begin to form into a particular shape and things get crystallized. How did that happen? Like, first of all, how tabla over everything else that you could have done, the sitar or singing or whatever, and then further crystallizing into this notion that, okay, music will be my life. Where it could have been a hobby and you could have, done medical engineering, etc., what all the typical other Indian parents would send their kids towards.
I can definitely remember one milestone, which was in 7th grade. In our Hindi class, we were asked to write a nibandh on मैं बड़ा होकर या बड़ी होकर क्या बनूंगा या बनूंगी. So all the students, somebody had said astronaut and this and that, I said, I want to be a musician, kalakar. And another boy wrote that he wanted to be a chef. These were unusual themes. So I remember our teacher then, she called us both to read out the essays. And I don't know what everybody must have thought at that point, but the two of us continued to doing what we did.
He became a chef.
He became a chef. He owns a restaurant, and I became a musician.
Who is this?
Abhijit Junnarkar. I think he's in the States now. So we followed our passion, and so that's a milestone that I can remember for sure. But really speaking,
did you know it from before, or did you
I think by then, yes, because I was, like I said, I was in that environment in my Guruji's space as well. and my family was also encouraging, etc., etc. So it was just flowing into each other. It's not like one day I decided, okay, now I'm going to do this. It just happened. And so because I was doing tabla, that's what I stuck with, and it was drawing me in every day, more and more and more. My practice hours also had increased. I had harmonium players come over to accompany me on a weekly basis, then more than that. Then and then after school, of course, like I said, that I was learning directly from my guru, and this was all during my college years in Elphinstone. And there too, I continued with my music learning, practice, etc., etc. So I don't think I can, other than that seventh grade episode, I can't really say when it was that I decided. I think I decided probably even before that. Even, I didn't even know what it was that happened after 10th grade. I knew there was music. I didn't know anything about the academic part of it, that you need to go to college, etc., etc. Now people start very early. Parents also. My parents never thought about these things, even for us. Even if they did, they didn't talk about it. So we were left to our own devices, literally. And of course, like I said, the exposure to various inputs was always there, encouraging us towards the arts or reading, or all that was there, but never an imposition that, okay, you need to do this because after this, after 10 years, you're going to do this. Never. That course was not laid out. So during the my school years, I developed a strong liking for history from the academic subjects. I used to hate mathematics and science. Okay. But history really, caught my, imagination. And of course, at that point, it was more story than history. And yet, somehow there was something in that. Like, I remember every year when we used to get our textbooks, new textbooks, of course, I would read the English reader, and the next one I would read is the history book from cover to cover.
Wow.
Yeah. It was so much a part of me. So then that, I knew by the time I was in 10th grade that, okay, from here, when I go to college, I want to enroll for the arts stream. That was definite. Not only because of the practicality of it, that I'd get more time, in a sense, outside some lab or anything like that. So I would have more time for my music, but also because I was drawn to those subjects. So I chose history as one of my subjects, and then went on to major in that. And then after that, I thought I needed to do more, because then I had just kind of started understanding a little bit what history is about. And so that really, curiosity was all there. And so I decided I must do my master's. And I remember, actually, it's funny now, in retrospect, thinking about it. But when I did my bachelor's, I think my guru felt that that was it. Now you do your music. I went and registered for master's, and I remember that evening I told him I had done that, and I don't think he was very happy with it. He said, "Oh, post graduation. How many years?" He said, and I said, 2 years. And I said, I've enrolled myself for the evening class, which was for working people. I was probably one of the youngest people in the class. All the others were history teachers from schools, among other people, of course. So, as an incentive, I think they had to do their post graduation at that time. So, yeah, so Elphinstone College had the evening classes there. And I enrolled through Elphinstone. The rest of them had done it through the university. And I did 2 years of masters there, all the while continuing with music. So I had the day to myself to practice. By then, I was also earning a little bit through doing tuitions, either teaching or accompanying people in their homes. So making a bit of pocket money there. And then going for the evening class at Elphinstone College. When after that, towards the end of my master's, one of our professors was Professor J.V. Naik, very eminent historian, particularly for Western India, Maharashtra. So I remember that walk we took from Elphinstone to Churchgate after one of those lectures. And he said that I have this photographic memory of that moment. Okay, I remember exactly where he said what he said. He said that, Anish, you should do your PhD, okay? So he said, to others, I say that they should do their MPhil, but you don't need to do your MPhil. You just do your PhD. So, and I was astounded, I had never thought about it. And of course, I was thinking that what am I going to do after my master's with this history postgraduate degree? Is that the end of it or what, But I'd never really given a serious thought to it. And then he said, I'll be your guide. Okay, I'll guide you. So you think of a subject. So anyway, I thought, okay, it was there in the back of my mind, and I didn't really consider it very seriously at that point. But after I finished my master's, and I spoke to my parents, and they said, yes, don't take employment anywhere, do your PhD. This is the time when you can do it. Okay. And at that point, I had also done my radio audition, and I had got an A grade there. And there were some openings for being a tabla player on the staff there. And had I been on the staff there, I would have made a lot of money, because government pay scales, and whatever post-retirement benefits and everything I would have got, because there are people who started with me as well at my age. But I didn't, even at that point, I never wanted to work in some sort of organization or institution, like a 9-to-5 job. I wanted to be on my own, whatever that meant to me at that time. So, and I had started doing a few performances here and there as well, both in the city and across. So I knew that, okay, things seem to be working. And frankly, I never gave it too much of a thought as well. What is this profession all about, etc., etc. But things seem to flow one from the other, and so I went with that, and then I enrolled myself for this PhD at Kalina, and then he was the guide, and he said, "What theme would you think of?" And at that point, I was like in my early years as a performer, and am I digressing?
No, please,
Okay.
please continue.
So when at that point I was starting, like I said, as a professional, and of course there were challenges. I was also seeing the dynamics of the Hindustani music world in terms of the music education part, the performance aspect, and I was trying to navigate through all that. And sometimes, you have also this persecution complex, that, oh, I'm the only guy, who's having to face all these challenges. But I thought of it a little differently. Of course, I did have moments of that as well. But I thought, hey, all these musicians who've come into this city, they've been coming for over 100 years and more. What kind of challenges must they have faced? Huh? No transport and communication like we have during those years that I was growing up. And yet, they managed to negotiate all of that, okay, and embrace new technology, early years of recording technology and the printed word, everything, And so I said, what must their lives have been like in this city? And by then I had done history of Bombay as one of my papers at masters. So I said, why not marry these two and have a kind of an interdisciplinary study of Hindustani music in colonial Bombay. So that is what I chose. I mean, the title for the thesis was different, but the book form is what it is now: Hindustani music in colonial Bombay. And Professor Naik, I took that theme to him, and I remember that first meeting I had for this. And after that initial enrollment and paying fees, etc., he said, okay, take down some names of books. And he gave some 25, 30 names. I still have it somewhere. You go and read and write something and get it to me. So, and of course, he qualified the whole thing by saying that, look, I'm not a music person. I like listening to music, but I know nothing of the subject. Okay. So that part you will have to look after. But the research methodology, I can vouch that nobody will point a single finger to you. Okay. I will train you well. So I said, that's what I was looking for, because by then I had decided if I do want to do my PhD, I certainly won't do it through the music department. Because I felt at that point that the music departments were not looking at interdisciplinary work. And even within the sphere of musicology, it was rather constricted, to put it mildly. So, and this whole area of research methodology and, training me as a researcher, I felt I wouldn't get that kind of training there. So that's how it started with this doctoral thesis. And and I went on to work on that for quite a few years, because by then I had started performing quite a bit, even overseas. So it was very easy for me to extricate myself from all the research work and go off, in the performance arena, and very difficult to come back. So I had a research table at the university, Rajabai Tower. But every so often I would take off. And Professor Naik, of course, would tell this truant student that, you can complete your thesis, it'll come in handy as well. And so I said, yes, I'll do it. And, your performances, maybe you can control it a little bit for now. But it wasn't difficult, because first of all, that was my passion. The music was my passion, not so much the performance aspect, but the music. I had to be with the music. So, but let me tell you, so when he gave me that list of books, and then I remember at that point there were no computers, so I typed out something that I thought was great, I took it to him one afternoon, and he sat in his office and he went through that. I guess what he said. He said, he's very kind. He said, one thing is definite, that your English is good. Okay, so we won't have to work on that. So I said, okay, now I know where I stand. So that's where it all started for the history part of me. But it was always related to music. And yeah, and that continues. And that has really, really informed me in more ways than one. And it has enriched my music making.
Awesome. Let's continue the journey after a quick break. I can't wait to dive in. Many of the things I have learned in my life, I had to learn on my own. I think you'll agree with me that our education system doesn't teach us so many things that we need to make the most of ourselves in this world. I learned my lessons when life happened to me and I happened to be paying attention. For many years now, I've been thinking, what are the essential life lessons that everyone should learn to be able to live a complete life? I invited my friend Ajay Shah to join me on the intellectual challenge of figuring this out, and then we decided to put together a course where we would actually teach this stuff. So we created Life Lessons, which you can check out at lifelessons.co.in. In this 5-week course running across 5 Saturdays, we have put together 15 webinars that are intended to help launch you down journeys of discovery. We will speak about learning how to learn, learning how to think, mindsets, mental models, clear writing, how to communicate better, quantitative intuition, probabilistic thinking, the history of thought, the foundations of economics, and even practical matters like how to think about personal finance and how to think about personal health. People who do the course also get to be part of a larger community that will have in-person meetups once a year. Basically, while we've always been sharing what we have learned in a piecemeal way in our show and our writings, here and there, diffused, this is an effort to synthesize our knowledge for you. So please head on over to check out Life Lessons at lifelessons.co.in. Never stop learning. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still with Anish Pradhan here, who is both going with the flow and showing great patience, both of which you need in music. So we were chatting about, your time sort of balancing doing the PhD with your music career taking off in a way. And I want to double click on both of those. Like you mentioned that your music gained a lot from the research that you did from the PhD. And also, I'm thinking that at that young age where you are in your 20s, it's actually a very unusual thing to be both a doer and a thinker at the same time in this way. So, double click on that a bit for me. Like, how did doing all of the research and understanding the history and kind of going back, how did it feed into the way that you looked at your work and the way that you looked at the ecosystem around you and so on and so forth?
I'm not too sure how much of thinking was going on at that point, or what kind of deep thought was there. But definitely the research element was present. So I think I was, of course, interested in finding out more about the ecosystem as it existed in colonial times in a city like Bombay, with all the challenges that it brought to the musicians who were migrating here from northern and central India. And so these were basically families of musicians who were, you can say, the original custodians of this musical tradition. I mean, somebody like me is a first generation professional musician. So we aren't really the original custodians, and we need to be aware of that. And so that ecosystem, understanding that ecosystem was very important for me, because in a sense that what I was going through was a sequel to that. And also to understand the life and work of original custodians of music. Because it's very easy to fall into the trap of thinking about yourself. See, now, more often than not, you are going to see first or second generation musicians in Hindustani music, particularly, but also in other musical streams. So, and very often our ego allows us to get away with thinking that, you're the first guys to do everything, just about everything. So, to understand and appreciate that the tradition has offered, not several centuries ago, not only several centuries ago, but even as late as the 20th century, early 20th century, that I felt was very important for me to locate myself in the ecosystem that I was working in. So, situating myself and grounding myself was very important. And I felt this is a good way to understanding that. Also, then to really inform me about the ways in which, let's say, I mean, just an instance, how to embrace, whether or not to embrace new technology, and how to do it. How much to let that impact your music? How would you like your music to move from here with the new technology? I mean, for instance, early 90s, there was a very big boom in classical music recordings. There were companies like Music Today. It had newly started, and they had very fancy covers and everything. Of course, it was still cassettes at that time and CDs. So, and I recorded quite a bit with, let's say, Music Today during those years. So it taught me a lot, definitely, this whole process of research about that period. But apart from the ecosystem, even in terms of musicology, whether it was to do with content of the subject matter of musical performances, or looking at things that were published, books that were published around that time, because there was a lot of stuff that was being published in the last quarter of the 19th century and first half of 20th century. And to see how even original custodians of music, as well as, let's say, their disciples, were taking to the printed word as well. Perhaps they were not doing it on their own, sometimes in association with some middle class, somebody from an elite household or whatever. Yet they were bringing, obviously, the idea was to disseminate their work and knowledge to a wider audience. And so different ways and means of doing that were being explored. So if they could do it, we can certainly do it. So obviously, when we are working today with internet technology and everything, it's very easy to think that, okay, no one before us did it, but 100 years ago, people had already done it, and in many cases, they did it far better than we are doing right now. Yeah, because at that point, much of the work was also curated stuff. Let us say you look at Bhatkande's books, so they are not just a compilation of anything and everything. He had carefully collected compositions and thought about which ones to put into that compilation. Today, at the click of a button, you might get hundreds of compositions, but you wouldn't know the quality of one from the other. So this was being done by people who were really informed and well educated in the tradition. So yeah, all these things, I think they helped me understand the tradition better and gave me ideas also for my performance, particularly for curating programs, which of course didn't happen in the 90s, but happened a couple of decades later, like I'm doing it now. Some of it is done with Shubha, some we do individually. For instance, now there's one program that we're doing in Goa for the Serendipity Arts Festival, and we've entitled it 1871 in 2025, the Parsi Gayan Uttejak Mandali. And now this Mandali was perhaps the first formal music club for Hindustani music in this city, in Bombay. Now, people generally feel that Parsis, oh, what would they be doing with Hindustani music? You know, it's Western music. And these archetypes are always present in our imagination. So, but here was this Mandali, they had engaged Khandani musicians to teach. Of course, they were teaching Parsi amateurs. And it was started by Kaikushru Navroji Kabraji, a very prolific, writer, playwright, would write on music as well. And he was very keen that the Parsi men and women and even children should learn the Hindustani music tradition. And not for performance, of course, because at that time performance had a different stigma also attached to it for a variety of reasons. But he felt that they needed to be educated. So these teachers were engaged, and Bhatkhande, in fact, was one of the students there, because then they opened it out to Hindus as well.
Wow.
So Bhatkhande, in fact, probably was inspired to do all his collections from his experience at the Mandali. So it's a very important facet in music history for Hindustani music. And so we are going to recreate the first Jalsa held by the Mandali on 28th April 1871.
Wow.
Yes. And to give it another color, we will also have them dressed in Parsi regalia, done by the designer Ashdin. And so, yeah, you can do all of this. And we have an amazing set of young vocalists and accompanists who are going to participate in this. And that could happen only because I had already researched that part, and then Shubha and I are now reconstructing, because the publication that I came upon, that publication of the Mandali, it was published in 1887, and it contains 1100 compositions.
Wow.
But at that point, those compositions were not published in notated form. So it's just the song text. So we have to use our imagination to think, okay, how to go about it. Some of the compositions continue with us to this day, but some are lost. So we are reconstructing those as well. So these kind of things also one is able to do because of that research.
So I want to, double click on a subject that you've written a lot about in your book, which also contains like these different sides to it, which is the subject of what is tradition even. Like there's a delightful quote in your book where you're quoting Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad at an opening address that he's given at the Sangeet Natak Academy. And there he says, he's got these two great lines where you point out the unusual juxtaposition. Mm-hmm. Traditions cannot be preserved, but can only be created afresh. It will be the aim of this academy to preserve our traditions by offering them an institution constitutional form, right? So, and you've obviously pointed out that contradiction.
Yes.
And it appears again where, for example, you quote Bhatkande's criticism of what was Hindustani classical music's golden period, according to many, where you point out that in the first quarter of the 20th century, Bhatkande was criticizing young khayal singers for doing vocal acrobatics and talking about how this is against the tradition, and generally being like a crotchety old uncle and saying,
Yes.
"Ye kya hai?" It was, look at the golden tradition. And you then immediately quote Vaman Rao Deshpande talking about how that was a golden age of Hindustani music, the various gharanas, Gwalior, Rampur, Agra, Kirana, Patiala, Jaipur, etc., etc., it all developed then. Similarly, when you talk about the trend of fusion in modern decades, you give the pros and the cons. You have a quote from Ravi Shankar talking about how, I find most of it very gimmicky in order to sell the record, something new that catches people's fancy. Unfortunately, within a year or two, something else comes along. So Ravi Shankar is saying, I'm not going to do it. And, Sarangi maestro Ram Narayan is saying it's not fusion, it's confusion. But Zakir Hussain has the other point of view where he's saying, quote, the North Indian classical music that anybody performs, be it Ravi Shankar, Vilayat Khan or Bhim Singh Joshi, is actually a fusion. Khusro took the forms from temples and the Kaul and Kalbana and meshed them together and came up with the form of music now known as Khayal, which all North Indian classical musicians perform. So the fusion began then. Stop quote. And therefore from this, you get the sense that actually the only tradition is constant change and reinvention. That's what has been happening throughout. And yet when we think of tradition, we think almost of as something ossified. And, so how does one kind of grapple with all of this? Because even at an individual level, I guess within you, there must be, especially having studied the history and all of that, there must be a reverence for all that has come before, because it has led to what you love so much today. And there would also be that instinctive sort of suspicious of change and all of that. But at the same time, there is a realization that, we have to keep moving ahead, that the imperatives of the modern world aren't always bad, that everything was the way music evolved was always contingent to the times. So the times are changing, the music will change. That doesn't make it worse or better. So how did you grapple with all of these questions? And as importantly, how did the music ecosystem around you grapple with these questions? Because on the one hand, you have people doing whatever it would take to be commercially more acceptable or give the audience what they want. And on the other hand, there would be the also justified sort of thing that, this music is great. We don't need to, mess with it too much. Just respect where we've come from. So how did you grapple with these polarities in your own life and music?
So to answer the second question first, the harsh truth is that senior musicians who have criticized musical collaborations across streams of music have encouraged or congratulated their progeny when they have chosen to do that. Okay. Now, whether you call it giving in to a certain kind of marketplace or what have you, okay, prestige associated now with this fusion, what we call fusion music, is a separate issue. But the fact remains, until a few decades ago, they were criticizing it, calling it confusion and, just deriding it. And now going with it. And some of them have even participated in it. So you find this dichotomy. And that's really unfortunate, because actually the tradition has always looked to the future. Always. There has always been experimentation, because otherwise it's stagnant, right? Actually, we don't need to say it's a living tradition. Tradition means that it is alive and kicking. Okay, otherwise it's a museum piece. So we need to differentiate between tradition and orthodoxy, I feel. I think for me, that was a very important distinction that I made a long time ago. Rather, I never even thought about it. I just went with what came my way. And because I always wanted to learn, So if I'm interacting with somebody from a different musical culture, I was certain that I will learn something or the other from there. And since that's what I was interested in, I said, no, I must do it. So it was never with a performance in mind that, okay, what's going to come out of this collaboration? Are we going to do 10 concerts or one concert? No, that was never important for me. So whether it was overseas or let's say I would interact very often, let's say with musicians in Australia when I would visit them, visit Australia or in other parts as well, or meeting up with a Carnatic musician and discussing concepts with them. I was always open to it. And I was never afraid of doing that, and I never felt that I needed to be concerned about what people around me said. First of all, there were a few decades before me where people had already done it. So that was the practical truth, actually. And secondly, for me, myself, I never really felt the need to answer any questions. Not that I had done some significant work in that area at all. So, but even let's say somebody, some well-wisher, even if that person had asked me, "Oh, why are you doing this?" I would never be concerned about it. So I think all these encounters, intercultural encounters, have happened, as Zakirji said, for years, for centuries. And we need to look at our history. And that's the reason why the study of history is so important, because it tells you a lot that you can learn from.
I'm also intrigued by, how you refer to Hindustani classical throughout your books as art music.
Yes.
And I was very intrigued by the term because that distinction between art and commercial is to an extent no longer there in all things, but it is there here. But it is, for example, I would say that Shakespeare showed to begin with that you can both be artistically great and commercially hugely successful. I would argue that we've seen that with cinema across the world. We are probably in the golden age of world cinema right now, but we've certainly seen it with that. We've seen it with other kinds of Western music and other genres and all that. And my sense has always been that I grew up as a film buff, and my sense always was that, like, I was lucky to be exposed to world cinema from a very early age. So for me, there was no art film, commercial film. Achhi lagi ya nahi achhi lagi. I can like Fellini, I can like David Dhawan, I don't care. The category doesn't matter. And I'm wondering about the use of that term here, because that term almost implies that there is almost a binary, that something is commercial and something is art. And in Chasing the Rag Dream, the sort of one thread that runs through the book is how difficult it is for Hindustani classical musicians to make a living, to make money and all of that. And so I'm wondering a bit about that, because it is it is a deep-rooted part of our culture. Today, you've mentioned how audiences have grown massively. 30 years ago, you would have had these gatherings where 100 to 300 people organized by a music society taking subscriptions would show up for a performance. Today, as you've said, you can draw crowds of 15,000, 20,000. And obviously, not all of them are knowledgeable, but if the absolute numbers are so high, then enough of a percentage is kind of knowledgeable to whatever. But I don't want to double-click on the commercial aspect. We'll talk about that later. But I'm wondering about the use of the term. Like, good music is good music. I've always thought that Hindustani classical, the term sort of says what it is. What did you mean by art music?
So actually, it's not a term that I have begun using. It's a term, art music, like Western art music.
Okay, I've never heard that. I'm sorry. So my ignorance.
So it's very much part of musicology and ethnomusicology, and it's to separate. It's nothing to do with the commerce aspect of it. It's to do with, let's say, there's art music, there's popular music. Okay, where so there. where this kind of music doesn't necessarily have an agenda, whereas let's say you have film music, so that's associated with a film. Okay. You have
But like, are the Beatles art music, or I mean,
everybody calls it pop music, and it forms part of or rock and roll or whatever, and ethnomusicology would define it as part of popular music.
fair enough. That's the way they use the term. Then I was using more the common man's definition of it.
It's not used in a commercial thing, commercial way. Yeah. So for instance, it's about, let's say, to give you an instance, it's about art for art's sake. So you're looking at the design of a particular composition, let's say, whether it's a sonata or whatever, or bandish or whatever, and you are not associating any other agenda to it, or any other meaning to it, but for its own inherent meaning. That you're following that logic, and also the idea that this music can be elaborated upon. Okay, a song, let's say a pop song, normally you wouldn't do an elaboration. The song starts and finishes, and that's it, 3 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever. But here you're going beyond the composition to ideate further, using that composition as a seed idea. So that element of improvisation, whether through interpretation or through variation, is very much integral to the forms that are associated with art music.
But would Western classical form fall within that?
Yes.
Because of Beethoven's symphony would be like a Beatles song.
Yeah, but the
longer.
interpretation is there. So you can have interpretations in speed, for instance, depending on who is conducting and which orchestra is playing. You might have, so that they might say that it's at a medium tempo, but they won't tell you the metronome beat really. Whereas later on, when we find with pop music, etc., now you have BPM, etc., etc. So
I mean, you could argue the Grateful Dead never played the same song twice, because they're always
definitely. So and there are overlaps also. I have to qualify my statement by saying that there are overlaps as well, and some forms cannot be slotted within these categories as well. So this is just to understand the spectrum of music by a student of music or a researcher, and to kind of define, okay, this is more or less within this area of that spectrum. That is the reason. For instance, let us say, so Dr. Ashok Ranade, I'm coming back to his work. He wrote a major paper on categories of music, and subsequently he always began his talks by saying that how important it is in the Indian musical tradition to understand that there have been parallel musical streams working. Okay. And he would always say that we tend to believe that classical music is the be it, and nothing else matters, and that the whole country is doing classical music or should do classical music. But he said that that was just a small percentage of the musical reality that surrounds us. And so he made these distinctions between between these streams of music. And some may agree to the nomenclature, but just to state what he said. So one was primitive music, and that is not to say that he was looking at it as an anthropological thing. He even said disco music was primitive. The kind of music is what defined which category it went into.
I guess primitive would mean a lot of the earliest music would be very percussive and so
Yeah,
on. So,
so a
therefore, the
rudimentary
score.
kind of idea is what he was looking at. So primitive, there's religious music, which is definitely related either to ritual or non-ritual but still religious or spiritual, if you like. And then you have this art music. But look, even in art music you have compositions which are related to imagery from Islam or Hinduism or whatever, so there are these overlaps. And then there's popular music, where again you might find these ideas also coming in. People are constantly trying to grapple with how to look at the musical landscape. And so this is one way of doing it. Even in the case of, like organology, how to categorize musical instruments. In the Indian tradition, the most popular one is 4 categories. Ghana, Avanadha, Sushir, and Tat. Okay, these are 4 categories.
Tabla being an avanatha.
But then modern Western ethnomusicological practice and musicology shows that there are many other ways of categorizing, whether it's a plucked instrument, whether it's a bowed instrument, and various other things, that are, whether it's fretted, So, and then there are, depending on what is the role of that instrument. That's one way of categorizing it as well. What are the materials used? That's one way of categorizing it. So, constantly researchers have been coming up with these ideas. So it's an ongoing process. So for me, classical is a problem. The word classical is a problem because it harks back to a time. What do you mean by classical? And are you talking about classical in the European sense? Or is it some time in Indian history that you're talking about? So that's why I thought that I should follow Western terminology and what Dr. Ranade has already spoken about and use the word art music.
Fair enough. Actually, it's my bad. I think it's a problem in the language because what often happens is that common English words often become technical terms which mean a specific thing in a specific context.
Exactly.
So in economics, lay persons will think that, public goods are what is good for the public, or, rent seeking is seeking rent, or in genomics, people will, get confused by the terms master gene and slave gene or messenger gene.
Yes.
And I guess it's a similar thing.
Yeah, it's interesting that you should bring up the word public. So I use that in colonial Bombay to talk about the public platform, right? And somebody, I think, brought up this issue saying that, what does public mean? The whole, all the ideas that are associated with that. I mean, the argument about that. But I couldn't think of a better way of talking about a space for music making that is open to, the general public, for lack of better term. So what do I say, So public platform, whatever, So I used it. So one needs to think about words also from different from the regular context that they are used.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another context in which this confusion happens is political theory, where, nationalism will be mistaken as what is good for the nation. In fact, I have an episode of my YouTube show coming up, which will release before this one, that's called Nationalism is Bad for the Nation. So I'm making that argument vociferously. Equally, people will think populism is the same as popular, and actually they're so different.
Yes.
And I want to ask you about nationalism, because, you were talking about classical, that the reason you avoided using that word, and I totally get it now, is that then it almost seems as if it is rooted in some antiquated period of time, and there's something good and glorious about it. And actually, one of the problems in our politics and what it's done to try to do to Hindustani classical is that it's been painted in that nationalistic light where, when you talk about B.V. Keskar, for example, who was Minister of INB between 52 to 62, at one point you write, he strongly believed in a constant endeavor to accord classical music its rightful place in Indian society. Having studied Hindustani music, Keskar was keen on promoting it on radio, particularly because he believed the musical heritage of India had been adversely affected due to Muslim rulers and Muslim musicians, a sentiment that had been expressed since the late 19th century by individuals within the Indian intelligentsia who had worked towards establishing Indian art music as a symbol of an ancient Hindu Sanskritic past. Stop quote. So again, a sort of that's the same kind of politics that happened with Hindi and Urdu being separated,
Right.
and actually we were just one beautiful language called Hindustani and being separated. So and this politics also has a sort of a social dimension to it, because in Hindustani music in classical Bombay you have these beautiful passages on all the women performers of the time, and I've learned a lot. I've done an episode with Sabah Devan on Tawaifs, but I learned things I didn't know, like how the Muslim women performers were addressed variously as Kasbi, Randi, Deredar, and Tawaif, and that whole ecosystem you've kind of described so beautifully, almost as if this kind of music, Indian art music, was below contempt almost, and today it's been elevated to just some other place. So tell me about this kind of nationalism, because until I didn't know about it till recently in the context of music. I think it was Shubhaji only who, in a conversation with me, when I pointed out that, hey, the classical music is the most syncretic thing there is, right? And she was like, no, you're mistaken. Both politics ho raha hai. And then I kind of realized, and then I read your books, and then I got the full dope. So tell me a little bit about that, and has it become worse in modern times? What's
Well, the idea of cultural nationalism was very prevalent in the second half of the 19th century, particularly in the last quarter. And the reason was this nascent nationalistic spirit, which was then looking for symbols of nationalism, pan-Indian flavor. And so they found that classical music or art music is a good symbol for that. And so they decided to, so it was almost a kind of an appropriation of that music by the intelligentsia, Western educated intelligentsia, as well as patrons who were close to this group of people. And so they started these music clubs, which then went on to becoming either music schools. They were taken over by music schools or music circles, and the whole idea being that this, because they were working in a situation where they needed to show the West that we too have a classical music like you do. And so we too have a music that can be notated, okay, and published, okay. We too have a music that dates back to the Vedas, okay. And the Orientalists who are working here were already thinking about those ideas, like William Jones. I think they happily, took these ideas forward, and the original custodians, as a result, were just a medium for performing this music, but not to theorize or not to talk about this music. Whereas you do find that, if you look at the work of, let's say, Catherine Schofield, she has written extensively on particularly Persian texts, other than texts in Braj Bhasha, and you find that there was a lot of writing that was being done in these languages by the music makers or people who they had engaged to write for them. It's only later that you find that the writing about music is done by others other than the practitioners themselves. So, and then you have this kind of supposed dichotomy between theory and practice. Whereas practitioners have already always articulated about music in their own way, through their music as well. And like I said earlier, through similes, metaphors, or whatever, So, so this whole idea of cultural nationalism has led us to believe that this music has an unchanging past, from Vedic times. And it's only in the interim, during the Muslim rule, that everything was destroyed. But then it was rejuvenated by the work of, let's say, people like Paluskar or Bhatkhande. Of course, they had a role to play, and their contribution in many ways has to be analyzed and appreciated as well. But not at the cost of what practitioners have done during the interim period. And so, unfortunately, that idea of history has continued to this day. And so now you have many universities, talking about Indic knowledge systems. What is Indic knowledge systems? Always it will be concerning some Sanskrit works. But for me, the Persian texts are as much Indic as the Sanskrit, and the Braj Bhasha and other regional texts are as important. So everything for me is part of Indic knowledge systems. And if it was unchanging, it would have died long back. So it's obvious that, and for every 20 years, 10, and now even earlier, 10 years, you can make out how music is changing. The very sound of music has changed, not just because of the technology. Of course, our perception of the sound has changed because of technology, but also in the way musicians are playing the music. Their idea of the sound, the sonic quality, has changed vastly from what it was earlier. So forget about the repertoire and everything. That also has changed. And we have enough documentary evidence to suggest that repertoire has been shrinking for Hindustani music performances over the years. You have hundreds and thousands of compositions that were composed over centuries, and those have been documented thanks to those early texts that were printed in the early part of the 20th century or even in the 19th century. Like I said, most of them are not notated, but still there is evidence that these compositions existed. Today, a very small fraction of that is being performed. Also, but at the same time, we must also appreciate that new compositions are being made. That is a change. So you can't say that nothing is changing.
So I want to double click on this because I'm very intrigued by what you just said about the repertoire shrinking. What I see happening over time is that there are two simultaneous and opposite movements that often happen in culture. One is towards a certain kind of homogenization. For example, a language is a dialect with an army, and what you increasingly see in a place like India, where we have hundreds and thousands of what I would call languages, but one can call them dialects. You have thousands of them basically getting subsumed by the great flattening sound of that one regional language which will take over, like a Hindi or a Bengali. And if somebody who grows up speaking Maithili will go to a big town or city and they'll have to speak Hindi, and the Haryanvi and Maithili and Bhojpuri and all of those get left behind. And that is one aspect of it. But the other aspect of it, which is also now happening in modern times, is that those languages begin to make a comeback. Like I did an episode with Vinay Singhal, who's founded Stage.in, which he calls a Netflix for Bharat. And it produces content in not mainstream languages like Hindi, Bengali, Marathi, but these dialects like Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, Maithili, so on and so forth, and is doing phenomenally well. And he speaks of a reverse migration where a ton of people who had left Haryana to come and work in the Bombay film industry have now gone back and they're making actual Haryanvi content. So you have this going in the other direction. And the thought that struck me when you mentioned the shrinking repertoire is that on the one hand, it is quite possible that, of course, the repertoire will shrink because everybody will try to move towards the lowest common denominator when you're competing for eyeballs and you're competing for attention. So you'll give audiences what they are comfortable with, and everything on the edges will go out. But equally, there is more and more the opportunity of actually preserving that and bringing that back. In your book, you also mentioned people who are putting all of their work online, who are putting their entire catalogs online for posterity, which I think is so awesome. So again, it can also happen in the opposite direction. So in the context of music, like, can you double click on what you meant by a repertoire shrinking, and do you also see the opposite sort of thing happening? Like, on balance, does it give you more hope or despair?
I mean, I am an eternal optimist, So, and that's the reason why I feel that this traditional will never die, unlike what many people in generations previous to ours and seniors today also would like to believe that that nothing looks bright in the future. So I wouldn't say that. But indeed, I will say that the repertoire, for instance, the number of rags, and this is just one instance I'm saying, that the number of rags or the kinds of compositions that were sung earlier are not being sung today.
Why?
Because of lack of knowledge, to put it very bluntly. And it's not happened overnight. It's happened over several decades. So, and it's not possible for instance, I learned from my guru. It's not possible for me to learn everything that he had in a single lifetime. It's just not possible. So it's inevitable that every generation loses out on something that the previous generation had. At the same time, every generation, because they are also creators in some way, they create their own repertoire. So there is an addition as well. And that goes on. So there is no need to really, this is you have to accept it as a historical truth that every succeeding generation is going to lose out on something, but also gain by adding what it has, what it would like to, or would like to create. Now it is for us to actually think question whether we are actually creating something. Okay, so for that, we first need to study the tradition very closely. If today I just get up without studying it in great depth, and I say, oh, this is something new I've made, and then somebody comes up to me and says, listen, 25 years ago or 50 years ago, XYZ had already done this. So, that's literally a slap in the face, And yet I may continue to believe that it's something that I have come up with. So I think the element of study and research and analysis is very important for any student of music, and even for an established performer, that it has to constantly go on, the idea of studying. And then you can think about how you would like to deviate, okay, or maybe compose something new. Sometimes these things work parallelly. It's not that you finish all the study and then you start doing something new. No. But there has to be definitely sufficient amount of study for you to, understand how to take the step forward and then evaluate also. You may come up with something, but you have to sit with it for a few days, few weeks, few months, few years even. Go back to it, revisit, and see whether it really, I mean, there are many things that I have composed, let's say, which are there in my books or on my audio memos now. And but I look at it and say that, oh, this was pretty shitty, so it doesn't need to be taken note of even by me, forget about others. Yeah, I think I feel the present and the future is bright, and so long as we continue with our study.
So I read this brilliant book called How Music Works by David Byrne, where he speaks of the role of contingency and how forms of music in the West evolved. And, you get to realize that, like, early on, primitive music is percussive because a lot of it is outdoors. That's how sound travels. And you have the large concert halls of Europe where the reverberation time is 3 point something seconds. So you cannot possibly have percussion or harmonies. And you have a different kind of music, and that keeps evolving. One reads about how, the 3-minute pop song convention evolves because that's how much a record could fill. And the long playing record comes up in the 1940s when Columbia brings it out. That fits about 40 minutes. So the concept of the album. So all of these forms are evolving out of different circumstances. Now, in your book, and I just knew about Western music because I had read Byrne's book. In your book, in a sense, I got a sense of what's happening in Indian music, where at one point you write about that historical moment where in the last quarter of the 19th century, the royal patronage is declining, and you write musicians migrated to colonial cities like Calcutta and Bombay in search of patronage from the commercial, industrial, and intellectual elite. They taught and performed, evolved adaptive strategies, reinventing themselves to survive in the new environment and to establish their credentials to a largely uninitiated audience. And then you go on to say, Gharana, a modern incarnation of Bani and Gaiki, both referring to vocal styles, and Baj, referring to instrumental style, did not merely assert stylistic distinctiveness, but also defined identity through familial and Guru-Shishya or master-disciple linkages. Perhaps this would be similar to terms like brand name and brand equity in today's consumerist world, stop quote. And I was so fascinated by this because for me, from the outside, I think of Gharana as something almost mystical. It's a great form. And then when you put it like this, it just opens my eyes.
That was a bit cheeky of me, but,
so my question is, having established that everything that has come in the past doesn't have to automatically be considered sacred just because it came to be, but it was evolving through changing times, and times are still changing today and will continue to change. So what sense do you have of what evolution has been happening in this field over the, whether you call it art music or Hindustani classical or whatever? Now I'm getting hesitant about using the term classical now that you've explained why it's wrong, because now that political tinge to it means I don't feel like using it. What do you say? You never say Hindustani classical?
I don't normally.
Fair enough.
Actually, also classical in a Western sense, also during the colonial period, we also looked at it as something that was associated with the written word. And so anything that is an oral tradition is not part of the classical tradition.
There you go, another reason.
So whereas this is predominantly an oral tradition. Of course, there is a theory associated with it, and that is articulated as well, but more so orally than textually. Now, of course, things have changed and you have the text. But coming to your question about whether everything in the past was good, that's again coming back to that golden age bit,
I mean, I won't actually avoid the value judgments. My question is simply about, without making a value judgment on it, what are the kind of changes that are happening now? Like, you refer to a lot of them in your book. For example, you speak about how the record labels of the 1990s, when they came up, started molding audiences. You write, quote, it would not be an exaggeration to say that these recordings have molded the musical sensibilities of many listeners who are now in their 40s and 50s, stop quote. And though you don't say it there, what is also true is that those people who are now in their 40s and 50s have the purchasing power to be, in a sense, significant patrons of this kind of music, and no doubt they are occupying the front rows of the concerts that happen today. So, and just the very fact that things are recorded, which was not the case once, does something. Just like I'm guessing, part of the reason repertoire starts changing is that back in the day, before there was something like the internet or mass media to spread it in this way, you have many different local evolutions taking place in different places. And now a lot of that local is subsumed within the mass culture that happens, because even within art music, there will be a mass culture of sorts. So, give me a sense of what are the kinds of evolutions that are taking place within this music over the last 20, 30 years, without necessarily, I'm not asking for a value judgment, good, bad, and all that. Let other people debate that.
No, the most important thing that has happened is that we are now being able to access a wide variety of technology. Of course, previously too, there was, recording technology or broadcasting technology. But now we have surpassed the quality of equipment, etc. And what is possible now, with the internet resources that we can harness. We can share files across, musical cultures now. So, which couldn't be possible. In a split second, you can do it. So, yes, so the technology part is there. The tempo of change has transformed greatly. The rapidity of change is something, and that I think that is why people from the earlier generation or our seniors are more alarmed. It is the rapidity that they are, because things are happening like every day.
Give me a sense of what kind of changes you mean.
For instance, the very idea of seeing music, having a visual element. So we grew up without music videos, right? Of course, we had song picturization in movies, but little did we think of albums having films associated with some of those songs, with a storyline. So that kind of stuff came much later, even in my listening experience or viewing experience. So those are some changes. Now, for somebody who's my student, let's say, that's a given. A music video is a given. I mean, they are making all kinds of reels, or what are those called? Those are they called narrative videos, or what are they? YouTube. You have a certain kind of music, and then you have all kinds of photographs and
those montages. Yeah, I don't know what they
I don't know what they call. They called something. So that was impossible for me to even imagine when I was growing up. So this is something that is very much within our environment, and so so this has kind of impacted the way in which we think of music as well. Like, we would never think of making reels for 1 minute, right? But now, if you want to put something up on Instagram and grab more eyes and ears than ever before, then you put it under 1 minute.
In fact, I believe what TikTok has done is that because of TikTok, music labels across the world are now, the brief they are giving to their artists is, I don't care what the song is, there should be a 15-second bit that can be played on loop on TikTok.
Right.
And, you give me that 15-second bit that can be played on loop, baki aap dekh lo.
Yes. So, yeah, this kind of the technology and the rapidity of change is what I can say the most. These are the two most important things that have happened in the time frame that we are talking about.
Is there a danger of overstating it? Because, like I was mentioning before we started recording, that, when I started the Seen and the Unseen, I thought that people have a short attention span, hook them in the first 15 seconds. And, I explained to you why I realized that was wrong. And now I do these long form episodes. Equally, you've pointed out in your book that today audiences at art music festivals and so on are much larger than they ever were in history, where you have 15-20,000 people turn up. So Is it that the opposite is also true, and that there is perhaps a danger of just looking at one aspect of it? That sure, there might be musicians who might respond to these incentives. Like there are a couple bands which, because Spotify pays after 30 seconds are played, they do 30-second songs, right? And that is, in my mind, a fairly terrible and gimmicky way of responding to that particular incentive. But there are also people who are stretching out and they're, going in the opposite direction. Do you think there is something to that, or?
Yeah, of course, the numbers for music festivals are growing, larger music festivals. But if you look at, let's say, small music circles, which do concerts, which try to do concerts periodically, like once a month or twice a month or whatever. So you can know from the subscription itself that the number of members has gone down. The number of people who are buying tickets for such concerts has gone down. Because for a variety of reasons, these music circle events do not necessarily feature very big names. Okay. On some occasions they do, but generally speaking, there are younger artists or not so well-known older artists. Whereas in the big festivals, you have these big names. So naturally, there is a larger crowd that moves to those festivals. That is bound to happen. And after a while, the festival itself, has this brand name. So then you're not concerned. The audiences are often not concerned who is performing there, and they just reach the venue because it's so and so festival. So that's also something that happens. There's no real study whether every member of the audience in the past, like 50 years ago, really knew music, and to what extent. But at the same time, there are these stories like Mr. Manjeshwar, he was a listener during the 1930s and 40s, and particularly close to Mogubai Kurdikar, that is the mother of Kishori Amonkar. So I had the opportunity to interview him, Dinkar Manjeshwar, and his wife Kausalya Manjeshwar. And he told me that to become a member of the Bombay Music Circle, oldest music circles in the city, very prominent music circle, you had to answer a few questions related to music. Somebody from the committee would ask you, okay, can you identify the rag or something like that, But I don't know till when that process continued. So really, whether it's 15,000 or 50 people, it's always going to be a cross section of people that are going to be there, and you'll never know how many of them are really well informed.
So I'm going to quote S.K. Chaubey. This is from your book, S.K. Chaubey, writing about concerts in the 1940s, where he says, quote, "An all-Indian musical conference today is neither representative in character nor symbolic of the spirit of classical music. It is neither music nor conference. It is a pompous show organized by some influential organizers who have either power or money at their command. Long-winded patrons and secretaries inaugurate it with long and boring speeches which are exercises in mutual admiration and in which the virtues of our ancient music are described in metaphor, hyperbole and poetic exaggeration. With the veneer of middle-class culture is mixed a sufficient quantity of red tapeism and snobbery. In the royal front seats meant for the aristocracy of good taste and good judgment sit those who either yawn intermittently or gossip quite garrulously in their more lucid intervals. To them, music is a luxury which they think is quite conventional to enjoy once a year. The rest of the audience consists of many mediocre lovers of music whose applause is more worthy than their judgment. The program is composed of first-rate classical music, third-rate classical music, popular music, unpopular music, no music, classical dances, sacred dances, profane dances, ultra-modern dances, and other items, all printed on fine paper. The listeners constitute a mob which enjoys adult franchise in the new democracy of music. Every musician has to cater to it." End quote. Beautiful. This is 1940s. lovely lines today. And I think Gangubai Hangalji, back in the day, you quote her also talking about where she kind of blames the modern concert proscenium for the state of affairs. And she says, quote, the music conferences, Sangeet Sammelans of olden days were also quite different. Performances at the music conferences were a hallmark of all that was novel and significant in the field of music. The modern conferences have become impersonal, and artists appear to be quite indifferent to audience response as well as to their own performance. The same impersonality and lack of rapport with audience is also evident in the present day concerts. The singer who sits on a stage has little or no connection with the large crowds packed inside a dark auditorium. Stop quote. And that change, in a sense, is kind of inevitable if you get to scale, because then you will have these prosceniums.
It's bound to happen. Otherwise, then you just need to do chamber concerts. So you can't have everything, your way. So, frankly, people who have criticized the what they call the big audiences and everything, they continue to perform there. You think if they are invited, they're going to say decline and say no, I'm going to only play for 15 people. They're not going to do that. In fact, many of them would be wanting to perform there. So that's a problem, actually. So
I'm going to go back to your journey. Just before the break, you used a phrase, when you were talking about how you were getting on as a tabla player in those days, you used a phrase, the dynamics of the Hindustani music world. So take me a bit more into that. Like, we've touched upon the ecosystem in the 1940s through Sri Chaube's quote, and we've touched upon it just now. But when you were actually becoming a musician and discovering it firsthand, what was the Hindustani music world at that time? Like, how did you think of making a living? For you, what did you aspire to? Who were your heroes? If you were to daydream about something in a music context, what would you daydream of? So what was that world like, both the actual world and your imaginative world? Ki, okay, this is what I can do.
Amit, actually, to tell you very frankly, and I'm not being modest here, but really, I never thought about the future. So maybe it was some sort of madness. Well, I never thought about how I'm going to how much money do I need to earn per month, or yes, when I bought a flat, an apartment in Car, then I had to think about how I'm going to pay the EMIs. But other than that, I never really thought about how am I going to make two ends meet or whatever. And I was only concerned about the music. Now, you call me foolish or idealist or whatever, but that was my prime concern. And to this day, that remains the prime concern. But obviously, I had to make a living. And so I came up against the harsh facts of life that, first of all, I am a tabla player. And therefore, most of the time, I will be accompanying and not playing solo. I will be accompanying vocalists, instrumentalists, or dancers in the Hindustani scenario. If I do some intercultural work, then I will move to other areas. As an accompanist, the reality was and has been that you get a fraction of what the vocalist or the instrumentalist get. That is a soloist, which to my mind is fine because you're accompanying there. The proportion may be different depending on who you're accompanying. Okay. And while the proportion may be different, it may stand to your credit if you're playing with somebody really well known, because if that person is honest and chooses to give you a certain percentage, so in real terms, that's a fair sum of money, so that's one thing. But still, you cannot take musical decisions, okay, about the flow of the musical event. Okay. You cannot decide the choice of rag or tal or speed, anything. Okay, because it's a soloistic tradition. You are accompanying, and you have to appreciate that role. Okay, one. Two, on the financial side, you, unless you have reached a certain stature, you cannot quote a fee. Even now, that is the situation. I get to learn from younger musicians that is very much the case even now. Let's say an organizer, a presenter wants to engage you for a concert. There is no, first of all, there's no official contract or anything in most cases, unless you have a large festival. And even there, if, more likely that if it's a regular Hindustani music festival, there's no contract. At best, there is an exchange of letters. Okay. Then you will be told that this is the date on which you have to keep yourself free. Okay. That's it. Venue, artist, this, that will be told to you later on. Now, if you're a slightly better known person, then these will also be revealed to you. So these are steps in the ladder that you slowly ascend. And so we have all done that. So it's not just me who has done it. And unfortunately, what I feel is that why does anybody have to do that? Why can't you professionalize the whole thing? Whether it's a young musician or an older musician, just do it straight. Like you have, if you go for a job, there's the job offer is there. You know what are the qualifications required. If you satisfy those and your interview is fine, then you're told that you'll get X amount per month. Why keep it this deep secret? At the end of the thing, then you'll know, oh, this is the only amount. For years I never knew what the envelope would contain.
Are you serious?
Yes. So, for instance, I started with a small house concert, and around that time I did a few of that kind. I was given 21 rupees. Okay. 15 rupees or so was my fee, so to speak.
How much would that be today, inflation adjusted?
Oh, I don't know. You know the economics.
Piddly amount, at most a few hundred. Piddly amount, yeah.
And the rest was my travel. And then slowly, for a long time, it was around 250 rupees, 300 rupees per program in well-known music circles. Okay. After that, you started getting 500, 750, 1,000 was, oh, that was quite a bit, 1,000, 1,200, like that. Slowly it started growing. But all this while, you weren't asking for what you wanted to be paid. You were just accepting what was given to you. Why? Because it was not in your place to be able to ask. That was the considered opinion. One thing. And secondly, you needed opportunity. If you were not going, somebody else would go. So, so as not to lose the opportunity, you did it. And also to gain musical opportunity from that, because you got to learn through concert experience. So you did all of that. And at that time, let's say you were a young artist, you are kalakar, so you got paid less. But it didn't change vastly when you got older and you were playing with more number of people, And I can say, because at one point I made a list of musicians I played with, musicians, dancers, etc. And it came up to around 250 people, and at various points of time. And not just from Mumbai, but from elsewhere as well. And the experience in most cases was similar. So at times the artist would pay you, at times the organizer would pay you directly. But in most cases, the artist would pay you. The artist would get a lump sum, and then the accompanists were paid. So if the artist was a decent person, then you got a decent amount, but otherwise, you were literally at the receiving end.
Like, how would the division be? Like, let's say there's one vocalist and 3, 4 accompanying.
Yeah, normally 2, harmonium and tabla. At best, there would be a sarangi player. Then if there's tanpuras, but then the tanpuras are the disciples of the musician. So long back, the idea was tabla and sarangi. In the days of tawayafs, etc. It was rupiye mein do ana. Rupiye mein do ana tabla player, rupiye mein do ana sarangi player. That was the proportion. But later on, this changed, and either it became a fixed amount. Okay, Anish Pradhan has to be booked, so this should be his fee. He is not asked what is his fee.
So Rupiya Mein Do Ana would be 1/8, right?
Yes, correct. Yes. So whether fair or no, but everybody knew that this is the
convention.
Yeah. That was the fairness. That you knew that this was the amount coming to you at the end of the concert. Here, I was fine even with knowing that I was going to be paid less, but at least I should be told, rather than wait at the end of the concert and then check in the envelope, what is given. So that continued for a fair bit. But anyway, now when you look back at it, it's just something funny that happened in your life.
No, it's quite hilarious because you were actually the son of a trade union leader who's written books on labor law. तो आपके साथ कैसे हुआ?
So and you couldn't say anything about it, because otherwise you would lose concert opportunities and the word would get out there that he's very demanding, etc., etc. So you just kept quiet and went on with it.
So what were those days like, those early years where you were establishing yourself?
Yes.
Like how often would you perform, and was it financially precarious? Were you still living with your parents at the time, or you were?
Yes, I was always living with my parents, and so that was a great support because it was a great moral support as well. So when you knew that, you're down and out and stuff, there was still this support. Don't worry, go on, So, I was performing quite a bit at that time. Like I said, over 250 people. And at that time, these music circles were operating quite regularly. So primarily, the concerts would take place there, and at times in larger festivals. And then you traveled for concerts to other cities as well. The All India Radio used to have this thing called chain booking. So 3 cities were defined, okay, you stop at one, you do a studio recording and do a program for an invited audience, then move to the next city the next day, like that. So, and then there used to be, government Vivid Kala Mahotsav types, Directorate of Cultural Affairs used to organize that. So all those things were happening. So the number of programs were quite a few, and also the number of recordings in the 90s and later, they grew, like I said, because of that boom, and that added, to the income as well. But there again, there were no real contracts. So the contract only existed between the main artist and the recording label, not between the accompanists. And I have not signed a single contract with a record label as an accompanist. Maybe towards the end of this whole stint, I might have done a couple or whatever, But generally speaking, I never did. because the money was given to that person, and then that person gave it to the accompanying musicians. Yeah, that's how it all worked.
It strikes me that there's a possibility for two opposite things happening when you start the life of a traveling and gigging musician. One is that your learning suffers a little bit because instead of being able to play whatever you want and learn across a part that you set for you, you are just doing gigs one after the other and you're doing performances, and a lot of it might be repetitive and all of that, and the learning kind of gets hindered there. But the other opposite possibility is that the learning can actually grow because you're performing with many different kinds of people from different traditions, from different gharanas, many different kinds of artists who will all have different things to teach you. So you can actually find yourself, your repertoire widening, and you're learning a lot more through osmosis that way. So, how did that play out for you, those years in terms of learning and growing as a musician?
I think for me, the second was true. Because of the form of music that I was practicing. So, because the Hindustani music tradition allows for this elaboration, extension, all ideas associated with improvisation, you are constantly trying to grapple with that aspect. And then, as you said, when you're playing with more people, then you get to respond differently to those people through these devices of improvisation. And so it was always a learning experience, whether with established artists of, let's say, the eminence of Shobha Gurtu or Shiv Kumar Sharma, or anybody of that stature, or younger musicians. But it was always a learning experience. It's funny that we should be talking about this because normally the biodata of a tabla player reels off big names, whom he or she has accompanied. And I took a conscious decision right from the beginning that I will never put down any names, because I felt that, like I said, 250 names, I would not be doing justice to the others if I just pulled out 3 out of the 250, just because they are big names and it's some sort of prestige associated. Of course, I am greatly indebted to these people for having given me the opportunity to accompany them, not once, not twice, but many times over. And I got to learn a lot from those experiences. But that is not to say that I don't consider the other experiences equally valid or enriching. And then, of course, for the past couple of decades at least, I've been performing regularly with Shubha. So that has its own fun aspect, because we're partners as well. We're married to each other, so we get to experiment with the music much more perhaps than of course we met as musicians first in a recording studio.
I think she saw you performing with Shobha Guttu ji.
Yeah, she heard me.
She heard you,
Yes. And in the same series, I played with her. So, and so we composed together, or bounce off ideas. That's basically how. And then, of course, doing intercultural work has also been extremely enriching. Do
you guys fight? Like, how? Because you also work together and you are married.
Yes.
Does the fighting affect?
You mean like musical fights?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I use a hammer for my tabla, but no, we do have disagreements at times for about, let's say, the way a composition is moving. But we explain the logic. It's not just this is all bunkam, and just so. Yeah.
Tell me about how one rises, or at the time you rose, used to rise in the world of Hindustani music. Like in other fields, what I have often seen, what I feel is that stardom can often just be a matter of luck and timing, and equally remaining obscure can be a matter of luck and timing. I think we were discussing outside that in Indian writing in English, I think, someone like Jerry Pinto, after a book like M and the Big Home, is right up there for me. He should be as big a name worldwide as Salman Rushdie or Amitav Ghosh, but not. He's not really. It's a much more local kind of thing, and I just feel that a lot of that is due to just luck and timing. That some guys are in the right place at the right time. They catch the zeitgeist, and it just sort of happens for them, right? And I wonder, if firstly, is that kind of true also in the music sense, that what happens is we'll hear of these big superstar names like Ravi Shankar and Zakir Hussain, and of course they are great artists and all that, no disputing that, but also in their rise there must have been some luck and some timing and all that. And equally in those people who didn't make it to that level, there would have been a question of wrong place wrong time, or right place wrong time, or whatever. And equally, I think in many fields that I see, especially related to the arts, related to movies and all of that, a lot of it is not just sheer talent, because there are so many people. How do you even make out the talent of a tabla player? A lot of it would come down to the kind of political games you can play, how you can suck up to the powers that be. In your chapter on in the second chapter where you speak about the autonomous bodies of the government, you speak about Sangeet Natak Academy and how there was no transparency or accountability about the grants, कि किसको grant मिल रहा है. So if you get into their good books, if you make the right friends, it works for you. And it feels that often many of the skills we need to get ahead in life, whether in music or elsewhere, are actually not related to how good you are at your craft or at your work. It's all these other games that you sort of have to play. So how was that journey for you? Like, you became a well-known name and you kind of made it in a sense, but what was that journey? What are your feelings on this? Do you sometimes feel embittered that you weren't somewhere else, or do you sometimes feel that, hey, I got lucky, things really worked out nicely? Do you sometimes feel bad that, hey, like for example, you said that when you write your biodata, you're not going to put the names of the artists that you worked with. I presume that therefore you are principled in terms of not doing that kind of shallow branding, कि अपने आप को project करना है. I guess there are certain things you simply would not do, and that would also hurt you. So what's been your journey through this, and the kind of conflicting feelings you must have gone through at different times?
So, frankly, once again, I have never given it a second thought. I mean, I've never really thought about these things. I've just thought about the music, and that's it. And I don't make value judgments about others doing whatever they do. I'm concerned about what I do, and that's it. So I've never felt embittered, or even, I mean, I'm very happy about the fact that I got a chance to learn from a revered maestro. Okay. And I'm happy that I've had the experiences that I have had over the several decades. Yeah. And I'm happy that, I have a life partner, who is in music and with whom I can have an open exchange of ideas. Great family who has been supportive. Students who are fantastic friends. Really, the other stuff, as I've never thought, what, not even the positive part, like how did I come here, because if somehow it, then you become the center of the universe. If you start thinking, अरे यहाँ तो कैसे पहुँचे और ये और वो, किसको टाइम है सोचने का? अपना काम करो, do your work, and that's it. Get on with it. So I've never, but yes, if you were to ask me, yes, it's important to be at the right place at the right time, but also like when you're studying history, you think that, person is a child of circumstances. Yes, but that person has to also understand the pulse of the circumstances also. And that's when that person can utilize that moment and rise to a certain state. And so there may have been many people who were could have been many people in, let's say, Pandit Ravi Shankar's place or Ustad Zakir Hussein's place, but not everybody becomes like that. Apart from the fact that they had their own innate talent, their hard work, etc., etc. But they understood the moment, and they responded to that moment. That is very important. So it works both ways. You can't just be in the moment and then expect that everything will just carry you, forward. That doesn't happen. You have to equally kind of interact with the situation. So I think I may have managed to do that at most times, and that's why I am where I am. But yeah, but neither do I feel have I got enough, or where do I want to go from here. I don't think about those things.
What you do think about is the larger ecosystem. Like after you reached a certain stage in your musical journey, you also started being outspoken about the ecosystem around all of these things that you mentioned. The way artists are treated, intellectual property, the lack of contracts, etc., etc. You've spoken about this a lot. Elaborate a little bit on the frustrations that you felt with what you saw around you, because to me, like Shubhaji mentioned some of it, and I still can't wrap my head around it, because so much of the world was professionalizing in so many different ways, and musicians were evolving, audiences were evolving, but the middlemen weren't evolving. The middlemen were still stuck in the same old ways कि contract नहीं बना रहे हैं, artist को बता नहीं रहे हैं कि कितने पैसे मिलेंगे, etc., etc. It's still those same ad hoc ways of working, and I can't grok that. So
actually many musicians were also not willing to evolve.
Elaborate?
Meaning thereby that many main artists were not willing to evolve. So I said somewhere in a seminar that for instance, there was some talk about Guru-Shishya parampara. I said the Guru wants the benefits of the 21st century, but wants to live in the 17th century. That is not possible, I said. So, and wants the Shishya also to live in the 17th century. So, this is the problem, that many people have not evolved in their thinking and their professional work in that fashion. So they may have even evolved as musicians, performers. They may be making very good quality music, but as human beings, it's really you can't say much about them. And it's so terrible to see the way people from the same ensemble, you're sitting together, making music together, or even with instrument makers, for instance. You don't give them the stature that they deserve. You are playing that instrument because of them, But with every little invention that is made, or some addition of whatever on your instrument, you never want to talk about the collaboration with the instrument maker. That you want to say is yours. You can't hold a hammer and a screwdriver in your hand. Okay? In most cases. There are, of course, musicians who have built their instruments, and that's great, But for instance, I can't do it, I might talk about the sonic quality with an instrument maker, that this is what I want, and sit with him over months, and see, okay, now this is not trial and error. But the actual practice of making the instrument, he is doing it. So if at all anybody has to get credit, it's either him or then both of us. For software, we give all credit to 100 people. But here we don't give it. So that basic honesty is lacking, I feel. honesty, humility, these are all universal things, and it's unfortunate. And then, of course, we proclaim to the world how spiritual this whole thing that we are involved in, and like we are higher mortals, and etc., etc. So I think we need to question ourselves about all of this.
So before I come back to the question about the ecosystem, I might as well.
Sorry. Can you hold that thought? Because
I'll hold
yeah.
it.
So to answer that earlier question, my talking about the ecosystem was not something that, out of some egalitarian views or whatever. Of course, I was influenced deeply by my parents or whatever I had absorbed through my college life, through student politics or whatever. But it was first-hand experience that led me to take a stand in my case first, and then talk about other people. Because if I couldn't talk about myself or take a stand for myself, I had no right to, proclaim to the world, oh, what is happening here? Because they would have said, you didn't do anything in your case. Sorry, I interjected.
No, that was lovely because it was taking me on this other digression about, again, I'm thinking aloud here. But my broad question is there any kind of correlation between being a good human being and a good musician? Because on the one hand, it seems to me no, because a lot of people who are great at their craft are shitty human beings and they're both completely accidental, and it's like that Venn diagram meeting that someone is both is going to be rare. But on the other hand, to be a great musician, you do need qualities which also go with being a good human being, like humility, as you mentioned. So, that would lead me to think that maybe there is on some margins, but I don't know. But what's your take on this?
I think at a very deep level, I think there is a correlation, I feel. Although...
but you were shaking your head vigorously.
Yeah, at the surface level, I would say that, okay, your technique may be great, Your intonation may be very precise. The way you handle rhythm may be fantastic, Out of this world. But yet your music doesn't touch my heart.
Mm-hmm.
It may be very cerebral, but somewhere deep down, it may not be touching me. Now, I don't think there is really an explanation to all of this, but I think that your craft can be very polished and chiseled, but the art that has to, I'm just making this distinction here. One shouldn't be making a distinction between art and craft, but the emotive content that often doesn't come through when there's a lack of compassion, empathy, lack of humility, all of these things. I mean, simple thing. If you're going to be competitive on stage and try to outdo each other, what kind of music are you going to make? In spite of the fact that you're very good technically, very precise with your intonation, everything. You've got it all going there. Speed, this, that, everything. But if you're going to beat each other on stage through musical acrobatics, it's not going anywhere.
Can a great soloist who performs without accompanying musicians, does that apply to them also? Like a Keith Jarrett. Could Keith Jarrett be a dickhead? Controversial question.
So, coming back to the Hindustani tradition, although we use the word soloistic,
there is
always an element of accompaniment. So I can't really say. I mean, yes, if somebody was just playing alap, and without any live tanpura support, then that, in a sense, would be a solo performance. But that seldom happens. There is always some element of accompaniment. And even in a solo performance, you can tell from the way the music is moving forward, what this person is thinking about the music. You can tell.
Tell me about another journey and to what extent that journey happened with you. Like through my own life, when I look back on my life, I realized that, okay, I had a fairly privileged upbringing, and it took me a lot of time as I went through life to realize that of all the people that I work with or interact with or whatever, they've all come from very different places. And I can't expect them to think like me or react like me or be like me or whatever. And it took me a lot of time to get round to that. An early mistake I would probably make is assume that if something is easy for me, it must be obvious for that person also. Or to say that, hey, if I'm willing to put in the work, why don't they? Or to even say that, why are they so obsessed with that silly thing? I don't care about it. Right. And again, you've come, in a sense, your background, while middle class, is also in a sense very privileged because you've never had to worry about those imperatives of making a living. You're living with your parents, you've got full support from them. All of that is awesome. And you speak about how you were never one of those thrusting, ambitious types that you're thinking ki aage kya banenge, kaise banenge. You're not thinking like that. But everyone around you is very different from you. They come from a multiplicity of backgrounds. They've got their insecurities and their baggages and their restrictions. So how was it and gradually, I guess, like for me, it took many years to become properly empathetic in a sense, to whatever extent I am now. No one's fully. But for you, what was that sort of journey like? Because initially you're kind of growing up in a bubble. You assume everyone's kind of like you, and then you begin to see things differently. What was it like for you?
So one thing, like I always like to give credit to my parents and the family background. So, like you said, that I lived with my parents. But that was not, a wealthy background in that sense. Although my mother did come from that a wealthy background, but we didn't have access to funds like that. So it was pretty much a middle class background. We didn't have spare funds, to put it very bluntly, and no savings. Okay. So it was every day. Okay. And yet it was a happy every day. Okay. Or at least we felt it was a happy every day because my parents never really cribbed about anything. The empathy part, the compassion, everything was there because of their involvement with all the movements.
Like you said, all the workers would come home and all that.
Yeah. But I think also the music has taught me that. I'll tell you why. Because as a tabla player, you're primarily an accompanying musician. If you want to be a good musician, any musician, soloist or accompanist, you have to be a good listener, first of all. And good listening involves empathy, compassion, everything, humility, etc., etc. So that is already taught to you by the tradition. Whether you choose to absorb it in totality is a different story. I did choose to do that. Then when you're accompanying in performance, you have to constantly not just play the tabla, but constantly listen and respond accordingly. So there again, if there is no requirement for having these flashes, so flamboyant flashes, you need to tone it down and do your job. So I think there again there's that empathy and humility. I feel that both family and music has taught me this. And I constantly say that to my students as well when I'm teaching, that you need to be able to listen, not just hear. Listen.
That's a great distinction, and I want to ask you about how many of the people in the musical world around you, though obviously your immediate circle would be self selected to people more like you, but how many people actually listen and not hear? In the context of an observation I often make about other professions, that I look at other professions and I think that 95% of the people, if not more, are just going through the motions. Once they've gotten into a groove, they're ticking all the boxes, there's no major thought going in. A doctor is relying on what he learned in medical college 20 years ago. They're not reading the latest papers every day, and very few people do that. So in every profession there are very small tiny chunk of the people who are actually working and who are whatever. Now, you, with the books that you've been writing, with all the teaching that you do, with all the events you organize, with all the collaborations you engage in, and we'll speak more about that later, you've been kind of active. But when you look around you, do you see other people also being as active, or falling into the danger of just getting into a groove and not evolving as musicians? And I would guess that in this case, not evolving as musicians would also therefore mean not evolving as people, that they're just in a comfort zone and they're going along in that comfort zone. So what do you see around you? And do you find that the best musicians are the ones who keep evolving, or is it, how does that play out?
Unfortunately, the state is very much so, even in music, that people seem to fall into a groove and they continue with that. Having said that, of course, that is also difficult, because maintaining a certain standard, first of all, creating a standard, then maintaining that standard. So
You're running to standstill.
yeah. So, but generally speaking, yes, I would say that most musicians are in that kind of groove or rut or whatever you call it. And so you don't have too many thinking musicians. And they don't need to necessarily think about society, I mean, think about the music itself. And so that also, I mean, they may be thinking about the grammar of music. This note, that note, this tal, this thing, everything. Yeah. But, there's no bigger picture. I don't know how to put it in a better and more polite fashion, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. So, and that's when the music ceases to touch you, at least for me. Yeah. And I think once again, it all stems from the fact that you're so content with what you already have. And that's actually your ego, which tells you that, okay, everything is good now. And I mean, I find it strange when people my age or a little younger put up posts saying that, okay, this is a something real or whatever, and this is, I am passing on the legacy for the next generation. Oh, really? So and there, every poster has to have living legend. So first of all, I don't know why they have to say living, because is there any doubt about the fact that they are alive? And then I always say that we have got more legends than legends, So it's just terrible, the kind of branding that shouts at you. But all that is because of, I think, lack of humility and lack of study, Just if you think of the tradition, this music is so much like you are there because of the music, and despite you, the music is alive. Despite you, So when you think of it like that, then
Martin Amis called this book of collected criticism the war against cliche. And I think that that is a war that every writer certainly performs, but I wonder how it works out for musicians because, again, it's related to that thing of falling in a groove that, people who used to refer to ChatGPT as autocomplete on steroids. Actually, humans are the biggest autocomplete machines, right? And I feel that sometimes that's a danger in music as well, that you could just be doing autocomplete and just kind of falling into cliche after cliche after cliche. And at one level, you can say that, hey, okay, I do it again because it works, right? If something feels right, I go for it. It doesn't matter if it's part of a tradition or whatever. At another level, within every artist, there is this desire for novelty. I want to do something new. I want to get out of my comfort zone and try something different. So, how is this war against cliche for you? Because at one level, you have to do one thing a million times till you hit just the right spot, right? But at another level, you don't want to do the same damn thing over again. You want to try new things and get out of your comfort zone. So, what are your thoughts on these two?
Yeah, that's a tricky situation, because let's say you are in a performance space and you have a certain responsibility to your audience also. Apart from being responsible to the music, you have to be responsible to the audience also because you've been engaged professionally. So, if you tend to take too many risks and fall flat, then it's not really happening. I don't have the luxury of doing something back home and then just exhibiting it there. Okay. I might, of course, compose something at home and stage it like it's almost improvised. Okay. And somebody may not be able to tell the difference. But that is entering a different area. Generally speaking, it's very difficult to be always, 24 hours creative on stage in the presence of so many people. It's very tough. So then you sometimes fall back on what you called cliches. Having said that, you can rearrange cliches also. You sequence them differently. That way you challenge yourself.
Can you give me an example?
I will give you an example.
Yeah.
I will give you an example. So, for instance, there is a form in tabla repertoire called qaida. Now, qaida, obviously, the name itself suggests that it's rules. It's a set of rules. What are the set of rules? Basic. First, that it has a theme. And then you elaborate on the themes through a set of variations. Now, those variations are ideally not supposed to be pre-composed. Only the theme is composed. That is your seed idea on which you have to work. And you should do it on the spur of the moment. Now, the way we elaborate on this theme has now, over the past several decades, has become a bit templatized. And I feel that it has to do also with a classroom kind of teaching. Because when you're teaching more than one person and in a specific duration, you need to give it quickly, So, okay, your first variation for this is this. And sure, this template can be used as a teaching device, that this is the way you elaborate. But if you do it as a teacher for every other qaida, then it becomes a set pattern and the student gets too used to it. And for every theme, they approach it the same way. So how do you break through this? You can't expect the student to be creative, or even you yourself to be creative each time. How do you do it? So I thought, in the template, the first variation is XYZ. Don't play that first variation. You play some other variation. That itself will open ideas, further ideas. Like I know how to go from here to Churchgate. There are multiple ways of doing it. Every day, if I go in the same way, okay, then I'm blind to everything else. Okay? But the moment I take a new route, I become conscious. Oh, I would have missed this particular, or I would have tripped over this stone. You start getting conscious about all these things. So, and then if you take that new road and then you join it with an older road, that join is not seamless unless you make it seamless. So that in itself becomes a new route. So the other variations may be similar to the ones you know. But here now the first one you have taken different. So what follows has to definitely be a little different. So this is the way I try to do it myself, and I tell my students as well that sequence it differently and you will challenge yourself. I think in performance one has to surprise oneself. So, I mean, not just for the sake of surprising, but it has to be a revelation for you. Not just for the audience. It has to be a revelation for you. Then there is a fresh air. Otherwise, it's just you're doing the regular.
That metaphor of the walk to Churchgate is so brilliant that I'm going to steal it from you. It also, it hits me in the context of another revelation I learned about aging, which we started this discussion with. That one of the reasons that time seems to go much more slowly when you're young, and it seems to zip by when as we get older, though not so much for you now, I'm feeling as for me, is that we experience less new things. So we are more and more going through the same habits of every day, and if every day looks the same, then obviously the day months go by very quickly. And one of the keys to fighting this rapid passage of time is to do new things all the time, learn something new, go somewhere new. And it strikes me that that metaphor of taking a different path to Churchgate really works, because you can't just automatically take the same route because your muscle memory has figured out exactly how to go, but you have to watch out for every stone and every crossing and every new thing that is happening. So it's a brilliant metaphor, and there's such a great life lesson in there.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you now about another way of perhaps evading the cliches of your form, which is you engaged in a lot of cross-genre collaborations, which automatically take you out of your comfort zone. Like you were involved with the Asian Fantasy Orchestra, which is based in Japan, with the Ensemble Modern in Frankfurt. Recently, you performed with the Zaffran Ensemble in Germany, etc., etc. Am I right?
Yes.
And so you've been doing a ton of these collaborations over a period of time. So a couple of questions like, how did it begin? How did you think about doing these kind of cross-genre collaborations? And what was the learning there like? Because in a sense, you're getting out of your comfort zone completely. You're working with people who perhaps, in a sense, speak a different language. You speak a different language. What is connecting you guys? What are you learning in the process? Take me through, some of these and how these evolved.
So a lot of this just came my way, I seeking them out, so to speak. So like any other concert engagement, they just came my way. And then it was left to me whether or not to accept it. And like I've been saying that every moment, every experience for me was something that I could learn from. So I never said no to anything. At least once I had to try it. Unless, of course, I had heard from other sources or whatever that this is just a no-no, then I would definitely decline. But other than that, I was open to all experiences. So, for instance, when Asian Fantasy Orchestra happened, this was in 1997 first. So we did some performances in Mumbai, also Delhi, and we did it actually in 5 countries. And the musicians were primarily from Japan. I was contacted by a flautist who is a disciple of Pandit Hariprasad Chaurasya. He's Japanese, Hiroshi Nakagawa, and he had heard me, and he asked if I would join the orchestra and travel with them. So I readily agreed, and that was probably the first time also that I had a real experience of what professional concert tours are like. You know, hey, it had all the elements of Japanese precision.
Wow.
So, right from drawing up the contracts to the arrangements that were made available during the rehearsals at Tokyo, to backstage arrangements in whichever country we travel. So we performed, of course, in Japan, in India, as I said. Then we performed in Myanmar, then Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. Okay, and each time that for each of these countries, we would also collaborate with some of the pop musicians from there, because it had to be song based, very short duration, because we had our own repertoire that had been prepared in Tokyo. So it was really great working with that orchestra, and I have very fond memories of that, and that continued for a few years. Ensemble Modern happened, this was a project which was called Ras Leela, and that was the brainchild of a composer by the name of Sandeep Bhagwati. He felt that, generally speaking, intercultural collaborations between Hindustani musicians and other musical cultures happens primarily between jazz musicians and Hindustani musicians. So he felt, if this is an art music tradition, why not have a proper detailed kind of interface with another art music tradition, in this case Western art music tradition. So, and then Ensemble Modern was on board for this, and they're one of the premier orchestras in the world, does avant-garde kind of work. So they often work with composers from across the world who are doing very experimental work. So in this case, Sandeep invited 6 composers from India to compose for the ensemble, and if we wanted, we could even be one of the performers. So in my case, for one composition, I chose not to be a performer, because I wanted that composition to have a life of its own even without me. So Shubha was one of the other composers. Then Dr. Ranade was there, Dhruva Ghosh, Sarangi player, Uday Bhavalkar, Drupad singer, Ken Zuckerman, sarod player, Ganesh Anandan from Carnatic music. So we were all there. Each of us had to provide 2 compositions to the ensemble, and we had a string of rehearsals, and that was great too. So that it gave us an opportunity, gave me an opportunity to work with a Western orchestra. One. Second, not knowing staff notation myself, apart from just very, very basic stuff. So they had provided us assistance for that as well. So we could sing out the composition and they would notate it for the orchestra. And so all that was done, and the limitations or the qualities of each of the instruments we were made aware of. There was an element of workshopping done in India as well as there. So the first concert happened in Berlin, then in Frankfurt, Stuttgart, like that. So yeah, that was a great experience. And So this was with an art music tradition. The earlier one was primarily with the Asian Fantasy Orchestra was primarily with musicians from the jazz world, or pop music, or even traditional music, let's say from China or each of those countries that I mentioned. But in the case of the Zaffran ensemble, this composition was created by Stefan Keller, who learns from me. He is a composer, and he had earlier learned from my Guru Bhai, Dr. Gert Wigner, and but he has been learning from me for long years now, and so he is conversant with tabla language, tabla repertoire, in all its diversity. So I was aware of the fact that he works a lot with tabla, orchestra, electronic music, and I had complimented him for that work, and it was all very new for me, for my ears. But he said at one point that it would be great if an established tabla player was to play the role of the tabla player in these kinds of compositions. So I said, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, you can try it. So little did I know that he would ask me, So he said, well, will you do it? So I said yes immediately, thinking that, okay, it'll be a good experience. And like I always do, I say yes. So little did I know that what was in store for me in terms of the set of challenges. So once again, I was working with this orchestra, but what he had done was that whatever tabla parts that I had to play, most of it was composed by him. Composed by a person who knew tabla, who knew the Western art tradition also, Western art music tradition also. But in the process of composing the tabla material, he had kind of challenged the set scheme of syntax in the tabla language, that a particular bowl or letter in the vocabulary will follow another, or a certain phrase will follow another, and it's a given that that's what will follow. But here he had kind of questioned that by rearranging all those things. So it was a bit of a process of unlearning for me, and getting used to this new thing. He saw to it that he wrote all the notation for me in Roman script, Roman as well as Devanagari as well, and he did everything possible to make it easy for me to understand the composition. He built an app so that I could practice with that.
Wow, he built an app just for you.
Yes. So it was great, but how do I turn pages while I'm playing? And so that was a question. So then he had written the notation in a way that I could get a short space at the end of each page to flip it. And yet I thought that I'm used to learning by rote, because it's an oral tradition that one has grown up with. So to begin with, I said, let me learn these things by heart. Let's see how far. So every day I would do a few bars of the composition, learn it. Then after a few days, learn the next, then join them. And so build on it like that. So I went to 65 bars like that. And then I said, oh, this is now too much, because there were some 180 bars or whatever. So I said, let's leave it at that and see how to go about it. Then there were some improvisatory parts also. And also the challenge was that the time cycles, there was no fixed time, like we have tal, there were no fixed time cycles throughout. And yet there were time cycles at a certain point, but then they used to change from 13 to 14, 13 to 14, like that, no? So you had to make these quick changes, and then improvise on it as well. So it was crazy, absolutely. And this came, almost immediately after COVID. So I had a bad spell of COVID, like many others. And for that period, I had a loss of short term memory. Okay. And that can be really, it can really cause a lot of lack of confidence for you, who has grown up in the oral tradition, memorizing things. So I thought this is a good challenge for me. Try and memorize. So that's how I accepted this engagement, and we did 3 concerts in Germany, and it was great that I managed to do it, and people seem to have liked it. I have to say that it's a path breaking composition. So yeah, each of these experiences has definitely enriched me hugely.
The German philosopher Wittgenstein once mused about how it's impossible to know the world fully or describe it fully because of the limitations of language. There aren't all the words to be able to do that. And at one level, it would seem that if you know multiple languages, you have a better chance. So German will have a word like Schadenfreude, which is not there in any other language. Schadenfreude is basically an emotion all Indians actually know. You feel good when something bad happens to someone else. Or there is a beautiful Japanese phrase, Shinrin Yokyu, in the forest bathing. I think even the Indian word therav doesn't have an exact translation in other languages. And as you were speaking, I'm thinking that actually what you're doing is that you're making a jump from one language to the other. That your language of Hindustani music, which you've known, when you in all of these collaborations, you're forced to engage with other languages, with other ways of thinking. So I want to ask you that, did you feel that this was rewiring your brain, that this was helping you think in different ways that you could not think in earlier because you were constrained by the language that you knew, but now you had this new language, and maybe you could go to places you otherwise wouldn't have gone, and maybe you could look at your own language a little differently and see possibilities which you wouldn't have earlier?
Oh, most definitely rewiring. I won't say that I looked at it in a positive manner because I felt constrained by my mother tongue, so to speak. No, it was just another area that I would like to explore. That is how I looked at it. And whether I didn't even think whether or not it would impact my other work in any way. To this day, I can't put my finger on, the fact that, okay, it has helped or changed the way things I look at things in the traditional format. Yes, and when you are working with musicians from other musical cultures, for instance, I had a chance to work extensively with Sandy Evans, a very well-known saxophonist and composer from Australia. So Shubha, she and I, we composed for an album called Bridge of Dreams, and then we did concerts also. And subsequently, I composed for an album which will be out shortly this year for my student Bobby Singh in Australia again, where again Sandy was the arranger and director, so to speak, of the entire band, and some of the pieces we even co-composed. So there too, I felt that I learned a lot, and it was not driven by the, some sort of reasoning that I'm constrained or anything like that. It was just a new, it's like going to a new place, you know, and try to make friends there. See how you feel.
And I guess all the changes would be impossible to quantify. They would happen through osmosis and maybe
Exactly. Exactly.
Tell me about the other aspect of what this exposure could have done to you. You pointed out that you were, in that 97 collaboration, you were stunned by the Japanese precision, including in the artist contracts and the way that they treated artists and all of that. And in India, as you mentioned, it's just been a constant struggle. There are no contracts. Nobody appreciates intellectual property. Labels take you for a ride. Concert organizers take you for a ride, etc., etc. So, what was that journey like in trying to change that? Are musicians themselves apathetic about their own rights and so on and so forth? You mentioned when we took a break that Javed Akhtar Saab, did awesome things in kind of changing the law in nuanced ways so that artists can actually disentangle all their separate kind of streams of revenue
Yes.
and their separate rights. So give me a sense of what that struggle is like, because one of the things that I see about India is that while everything is changing really fast, there is a lag in the evolution of institutions to keep up with those changes. And there are some still institutions that will perform like they used to perform in the 1970s or the 1980s. And the world will just freaking change completely and they haven't kept pace. So either they need to catch up or they will be replaced and disruption will happen. So give me a sense of this landscape and what it's been like fighting these fights.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in India, at least, we think institutions are buildings, physical structures. We don't seem to appreciate the fact that institutions are actually driven by vision. So that's where we lose out, I think. And then you have people who want to appropriate that building as a physical structure and the land around it, and then you know what happens after that,
And the power that comes with that.
yeah, everything. So I think, broadly speaking, I think we lack awareness of our rights. That's just not about musicians, just about everybody in society. And often we are apathetic about these things. Abhi chal raha hai, chalne do, that kind of thing. Or we fear the lack of opportunity if we choose to raise our voice. So that's another element. So there are many reasons why we seem to neglect or ignore the whole idea of rights. And apart from the fact that there may be just a sheer lack of humane quality, what do you do about that, and ethics? So, there's the professionalism side is there, of course, but if you just lack that basic quality, then you're not going to be able to achieve anything. So, so I think musicians, it's very tough for an individual musician to speak up for his or her rights.
Because the short-term impact of going against the status quo can be so bad.
Exactly, and so you don't want to, topple the apple cart, and so you just go with it and hope that someday, fate will have something else in store for you. Yeah, I thought otherwise, and I did otherwise, and not always were the results favorable for me. They were certainly favorable in terms of protecting my rights. Those were protected. But in the eyes of certain sections of the ecosystem, perhaps this seemed like a challenge from a nobody.
All the entrenched power centers would have thought troublemaker as stay away from him.
Yes, yes. I would like to believe that that didn't happen, but really it did happen. No, so but ठीक है, you take a stand and you go with it. So yeah, that's about it.
Let's talk about the sort of the two sides of the same coin, and we did speak a bit about it earlier, but I want to come back to it in the modern age, learning and teaching, because it seems to me that how one would have been exposed to classical music, to Hindustani music, apologies, when one was a child, back in those days, back in the 60s and 70s, is very different from it now. Like there, I imagine there would have been like a small niche audience. Perhaps if your parents listen to that music, you get exposed to that music and you fall in love with it, and maybe that's your journey of just learning about it. I'm not even saying learning to play, I'm just saying learning to listen, just becoming an aficionado. That is how it would have happened. Today, in this age of mass media where you're always surrounded by screens, is very different. Now, on the one hand, that process can reach a certain scale and be accelerated by new technology. In your book, you write about, how social media platforms are being used to educate music lovers. You mentioned Anuja Kamath's short educational videos on YouTube and all of that. You spoke about people like Neela Bhagwat, Indudar Nirodi, who are uploading all their resources and getting all of that online. That is great. That the standard person whose parents may not listen to it still has more resources available for them if they should want to learn about it. But at the same time, you have the bewildering multiplicity of choices that are there. Like for a moment, if I may move from music to dating, the journalist Malini Goel in a recent episode with me spoke about how her studies have shown that, when she speaks to people who are active on the dating apps, they talk about how they can't form a long-term relationship anymore, because anytime you have the slightest stiff with a person, there are 10 other options you can swipe or scroll to. There are 10 other
Wow.
conversations which are simultaneously happening. So हमारे ज़माने में क्या था that once you start, dating someone, even if there's a problem, you get over it, you have your fights, you come back, you work at it together, they move a certain way, you move a certain way, you work towards it. Today, that willingness to work is not there, because hey, there are 50 options available. And equally, I'm thinking now, to come back to music, it's a similar thing, that there are 50 options available. I may not have the patience to kind of go through this, not just with regard to Indian art music as it were, but Western art music, Western pop, jazz bhi hai, rock bhi hai. Har jagah there are genres and sub-genres and all that. Everybody's in a hurry. Your peer group is listening to a multiplicity of stuff. So I don't know how that plays out, because even it's not just at the level of learning, but even at the level of learning to love a particular genre, especially a genre like this, it requires a certain patience and tehrav. So what is your sense of that world in which people fall in love with a particular kind of music? Like, obviously the audiences and absolute numbers are larger, and as we discussed, even back in the day, we don't know what the percentage was. Maybe most people were mediocre listeners. So what is your sense of that? That do you feel that your audience of appreciators is growing? And if that is growing, the next question would be about how does one actually learn this music then? Not everyone is going to go through the rigors of a Guru-Shishya parampara today. So give me a sense of that ecosystem and how it's changed, of learning and teaching.
I think primarily people who are amateur, musicians would first access the closest music school or music class. Now they even take to learning online, particularly people who are living in outside the country. They do that to a large extent, and it's great that the internet is allowing you to do that. Of course, it has its own challenges. So yes, for amateurs, this would be the institutionalized format, would be the way to go forward. For those who want to do it, as a profession, they would perforce have to still do it the Guru Shishya Parampara way. I mean, the customized teaching format. That is what. Ideally, if we can do it minus the rituals, it would be great. Minus the rituals, but with the respect intact and minus a sense of entitlement on both sides. So it's a difficult ask, but all the same, it can be done. Yeah, broadly, I feel for the majority of people, it would be the music class way. And whether you would have that kind of sense of Tehrav, that is, I wouldn't like to say that the entire generation lacks that, it depends on, because I mean, I'm teaching many students, who, and like me, many others are teaching young people, and they seem to be dedicating their lives to this with a number of certain number of hours of practice, with very little income coming their way as of now. So, with all those challenges, they still continue to pursue their music education. So I won't say that there is no Tehrav.
There is so you consulted on one of my favorite films of recent years, The Disciple
Yes.
by Chaitanya Tamhane. What a lovely film! When I asked Shubhaji about the film, also at that time I wasn't aware you had been a consultant on it. But I want to ask you about that pivotal scene near the end where the young protagonist is now a teacher, and this mother of a student comes to him, and she says that, "Sir, my boy wants to perform in his college concert, but he'll be doing fusion,
Yeah.
and he doesn't want to do it without asking you, should he perform?" And he says, yes, he should. And then he takes a long pause, and then he says, but tell him not to come back from tomorrow. Right? Heartbreaking moment.
Yes.
It's such a great scene. So what do you feel about that? What do you feel about that boy, about the protagonist who is saying this, and what has happened to him, and what has led him to say this, and what his journey has been? Because in a sense, his journey could have been your journey without the success. And you are not embittered, but he is embittered, and you can feel it. And this particular stance that he is taking, this purist stance, which he later breaks out of, but this purist stance that he is taking, how do you feel about this stance? That is it necessary to go all the way and to go all in and to sacrifice your life to learn something? Because other people in other arts don't do that. You can do multiple things, and you don't have to do the Guru-Shishya parampara to learn filmmaking, or to become a novelist, or to learn Western art music, as I'm sure you'd call Western classical music, or to become a jazz this thing. But Hindustani music is demanding this. And is it necessary? How should one think about it?
I think we confuse the, and this is the convention I'm saying, of confusing dedication to the art with dedication to a person. If we separate the two, then there is no problem. The tradition is demanding dedication to the art, not to your guru. That guru is a medium for you to reach that art through the knowledge and wisdom and scholarship and everything. And so you need to respect the guru, but you don't need to serve the guru as like a slave, So, and I think all these notions of purity and authenticity and everything, this kind of baggage is, related to this whole ritualistic way and this almost feudal way that we look at the relationships in this tradition. If we were to look at it in a more matter-of-fact manner, without, like I said, without losing the magic in the moment. And you can do that, So, I mean, like when you're with your family, okay, you don't think about purity and authenticity and everything. So if you're thinking that your guru is thinking that you're part of his or her family, or you think that the guru is part of your family, you shouldn't be thinking about these things. Just think about the music for what it is. not about what you imagine it was 200 years ago.
Which is fiction anyway,
Exactly.
because it's always been a kitchery.
Yes, yes. And nobody knows what it was like, right, at that time. I mean, and you do know that it has been changing every few years in your remembered history. So, I think this thing of purity and everything, we need to lose it and lose it fast. I have to just add one thing to that whole idea of that our discussion about the word classical. One way of looking at it also, that we never used a term for classical in the Indian languages. For instance, if there is a khayal singer, he or she would say, I am singing khayal. Okay, or Tumri Dadra, or whatever it is. At best, they would say in Hindustani Sangeet, Parampara. Right? But there was no, this Shastriya Sangeet bit came later on. And
this is part of the Sanskritization.
Yeah, and Shastra means like, treatise driven, and not looking at the oral with the same amount of respect.
This is a good point, because in what you're saying is that term actually means the opposite of what it is trying to describe, because what it is trying to describe is a living oral tradition.
Yes, exactly. In fact, Dr. Ranade would say that instead of Shastriya, we should say Shastrokta. That there is theory in it. Definitely there is a science and a theory in it, but that which is articulated, which is not necessarily text oriented, that means written down. So through the oral tradition, we theorize and articulate. So anyway, but that was a digression. Yeah. So coming back to your question about current crop of students and with the multiplicity of avenues, what would they do? I think frankly, I encourage my students to, this is not prescriptive, but I'm just saying this is my experience, that I encourage my students to do multiple things. For conceptual reasons, it just opens your mind, widens your horizons, but also practically speaking, it's very important to equip yourself with more than knowledge about more than one thing, because it's just to stay alive, you need that. So yeah, and I think many of my students have done that and are doing that. Okay, you might feel at a certain point, oh, I wish I had those hours to devote to tabla or whatever. I remember a funny incident. Dr. Ranade, when he was assistant director at NCPA, one day I was in the library, so I went to meet him, and he said, "What are you doing nowadays?" So I said, "I've enrolled for a master's degree in history." And what else? So at that point, there was a vacancy for lecturer, at Elphinstone. So I was vaguely thinking about doing it. Niranjan did it in economics. I didn't do it because I didn't have the time. But for a moment, I thought about it. You were getting all of 700 rupees per month,
Mm-hmm.
So that was a big amount at that time. So when I told Dr. Ranade this, he said, you should do it. You should do it. So I said, no, but what will happen to my practice? And he said, look here, nobody practices for 24 hours. Okay. So you need to think about it honestly and tell yourself, okay, this is the number of hours you need for tabla. and then you see what else you can do. So he was one person who would always ask you, let's say, if you met him and you said that he asked you that what's happening in your life, and you said that, oh, concerts and recording, yeah, what else is happening, he would say, because he always wanted to know what else were you involved in, meaning mentally. So I think that was very important for me, that advice. So, and likewise, I tell my students as well.
The great writer C.L.R. James had this famous quote, "What do they of cricket know who only cricket know?" And, taken from Kipling's Sing About England, what do they of England know who only England know? And I'd say, what do they of music know who only music know? What do they of tabla know who only tabla know? So that's a fantastic exhortation.
In fact, my guru as well, Pandit Nikhil Ghosh, would always say, I don't want you to be just a tabla player. I want you to be a complete musician. Whatever it was that he meant by complete musician, I never asked him that. But I think he was also thinking of a larger canvas.
So, long day, before we wind up, I'm going to take you to what I believe, what I have heard from reliable or unreliable sources to be another passion of yours. And it's similar to music in that it is a khichdi, except that it's a literal khichdi, which is food. On
Yes.
Twitter also, you describe yourself as a foodie. And I have been told that, you are the resident Mumbai expert in the great Irani restaurants of Mumbai, the great Konkani restaurants of Mumbai, etc., etc. So I want to know about your love for food, but I also want to know about everything you love outside of music. We've done the music.
Wow.
But, so who are you? Introduce me to you.
So yeah, food, definitely. I love food and I love eating.
You cook also?
Yeah, I love cooking. Yes. So just the other day, can I tell you what I cooked?
Please.
So this is a dish called ghada. And it's a Pathare Prabhu delicacy. That's the community my mom comes from. And it's like a Pathare Prabhu version, so to speak, of the undio.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And it's normally made in the winter months because that's the time when you get really nice veggies. But in the case of the Gujarati version, of course, it's the undio has only veggies. In the Pathare Prabhu version, it also has fish.
Oh my God, I want to try it.
And it has a particular fish called ghor. And we also put sugarcane in it and bananas, rajeri keri, we call them. They're really long ones. And so we cook everything together. And yeah, it's a great dish, and you cook tons of it and just devour it over days. And originally, I think it used to be made in an earthen pot, and that's why it's probably called ghada. I'm not a food historian, so anybody can correct me. Yeah, but I love cooking and telling my cook to make various kinds of things according to certain recipes that I've thought of. And it's a really, a very close friend of mine, Adrian McNeil, has written a paper on, I think it's called Why Hindustani Musicians Are Good Cooks.
Wow.
And he talks about the correlation between the process of cooking and the process of making music, and like how you add each ingredient and the how one flows into the other, and the aroma and the flavor and everything. And I mean, it's difficult to make a one-to-one correspondence, of course, but yeah, Hindustani musicians have been really good cooks and really good foodies. So I'm just one of them. I love to travel to places and I've just found a great place at the food court on the way to Pune. I have my snack there, and also literally ransack a store there which is run by women. I think it's a women's cooperative. So they make their own masalas,
Wow.
Yeah. So I got a whole bunch of things: Khandeshi, Solapuri, Kolhapuri, Ghati, Goda, every bit, garam masala, everything I got from there.
What's it called?
I can't remember the name of the store. It's on both sides of the highway, and it's great. It's great because it's got that freshness, and it's very potent. So I'm using those masalas when I cook every so often. So yeah, food is definitely one thing. I was also drawn. I'm drawn to the other arts definitely. I love watching theater, dance, film. At a certain point, I would love going for retrospectives. So, but now I don't have enough time to do that. Reading, of course, is continues to be a passion. But recently, in the early 90s, I thought that I was drawn to painting, and I bought myself sketchbook and paints and stuff, and just put it in the drawer and never looked back at it. But then, some 19 or 20 years after that, suddenly I was drawn to it again, and I started doing that, and I was very prolific with that. Kept on and on. It really drew me in. I don't know for what reason. Whatever kind of paper, whatever kind of material I came across, I was putting it to use. And but one thing I can say that, we were talking about cliches a little while ago, and how do you break out of these cliches, musically speaking? And I think one way of doing it is also to be able to look from the outside. Sometimes it can be very difficult to do it from within. So you need to look at yourself as like a third person, and you're looking into that house where the music is being made. So I found that opportunity when I was painting. So there, I was not educated in this art, and I didn't know anything about anything other than the fact that I used to visit exhibitions at Jahangir right from our Elphinstone days, and appreciate art in my own little way. But nothing was informed in that sense. But once I took to it, then I realized that because I'm not tied down by a certain grammar, a certain vocabulary, or whatever, a sense of composition, anything. So, and I was not performing. I was doing it literally for myself. So then that somewhere seems to have impacted the kind of music I was making. And somewhere around that time, I think I started taking greater risks or looking at newer areas of maybe composing or whatever. I can't really put my finger on it, but I do feel that there was this new lease of life, so to speak. And so that has been a fun journey too, and continues to a certain extent.
That's so fascinating. And the cooking bit, actually, the paper you mentioned, I've got to read it, because when I think about it, like, there are two kinds of cooks, right? There are the precision, sciencey kind of cooks who will follow a recipe to the T, and they are the perfect people for baking something, because baking really requires that. And then there are the improvisers who are just playing by feel, much more like me, that, you just put a bunch of things together.
Same with me.
And I'm just thinking that, no, actually, you would be both. You would be a combination of both, because as a musician, you got to know both. You got to,
Right.
know all
Yes.
of the theory,
Yes,
and
yes.
then you improvise
Yes.
like mad.
Yeah.
And similarly, as a chef,
Yeah.
you would, once you know the basics, then someone like you can just have fun and improvise and play with
Yes.
all the colors.
I mean, with the food, largely, I learned from my mom, either by what she taught me or by what I observed when she was cooking. So, so I know that when the oil is, getting heated, then I'm not supposed to put the asafoetida or cumin before the mustard.
Mhm.
Let the mustard cook for some time and then put the others. Otherwise, the other things will just get burned. So those little things, I mean, they're common knowledge, but for me, that's something that I observed my mom do. So yes, that kind of training in a sense was there. But for painting, there wasn't, It was just something that I decided to embark on my own. So, and really it has helped me a lot. And so whenever I want to have a kind of a relaxed day, I would either do cooking or painting. And I do a lot of walking. And each time I walk, I take a new road. I try to. The destination may be the same, but pretty much take a new road.
I think that's a fantastic metaphor for how one can live when every day is a new day and so
Yes,
on.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, it's fantastic. My penultimate question for people who are listening to this, who say that, look, I'll, and this probably describes me in a sense that I like listening to Hindustani music once in a while, but I don't feel I really understand it or that I appreciate it as fully as I would like to appreciate it. How can I become a better listener? How can I learn to appreciate? And I'm not just speaking in terms of resources, and I'm sure there are many on the internet, and I'll put them in the show notes if you give me the links. But just what are the good gateway drugs? What does one listen to? What mindset should one listen to something in? What should one watch out for? And obviously there's a danger, especially in someone like me, of overthinking it and getting too analytical. To wo bhi nahi chahiye. So, what advice would you give?
So, I mean, I would just point you to the source material. That's the best way, and a kind of some sort of guided and graded listening would be great. Uh, that's something that I attempted when I was doing these articles for Scroll.
Which you also collected in that book.
So yeah, part of them,
Some of
100
them.
were there.
Hmm.
But over a period, I think I did over 400. So
We'll link both of them.
and that was a great learning experience for me. And that was thanks to Naresh for having invited me to do that, Naresh Fernandez. And so, yeah, I did it for several years, right from the time that Scroll started, actually. And every Saturday, I would do that column pretty much every Saturday. And so that was, I planned it like a thematic thing, and also a guided listening with not too much of technical jargon in it, and yet trying to see if the listener can appreciate the general flow of the music. And there were those music tracks, the links were given with the text, so you could read and listen side by side. So likewise, I did this thing for tabla, just to give an overview for a lay listener. Of course, that doesn't have, but that has a discography at the end, but there's no samples linked to the book. But I called it Tabla, a performer's perspective. And the reason I did that book was that I was often coming up with questions like the one you just posed, uh, or questions from my students or in workshops. And I thought there's no single place where you can get an overview of these things. So I thought, let me just do it, and let's see where it takes us. So, and I tried to put together a glossary. There's a detailed glossary for tabla terms, tabla, lay, tal terms, which we put on something that we had aspired to do. It's called Sangeet Kosh. .net, I think, yeah. And that was supposed to be an online encyclopedia and dictionary. So we didn't get around to doing that because of lack of funds. But the dictionary still, I mean, the lexicon for tabla related or tal related stuff is still there. So these and there are multiple other sources I can point you to, which are great, to start with.
So my final question, and the way I end all my episodes actually, for me and my listeners, recommend to us works of art, which could be music, films, books, whatever, which mean a lot to you. You love them so much, you want to share them with all the world.
So, for me, I keep going back to some recordings, and these are favorites. That is not to say that I don't listen to other stuff, but I love listening to Begum Akhtar, any recording of hers.
But what are your absolute
particularly
favorites?
her ghazals. Then Siddheshwari Devi for her Thumri Dadras and even Tappa. Kesarbai Kerkar. This is all from the Hindustani tradition, of course. Fayyaz Khan Sahab, Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Sahab, Amir Khan Sahab, all these people, Sharat Chandra Arolkar, all these people I keep going back to. In tabla, Ustad Ahmad Jan Thirkwa, Ustad Amir Hussain Khan Sahab, then the next generation, Ustad Allah Rakha, Kishan Maharaj, Samta Prasad ji, so many, and of course Zakir ji and Anindo Chatterjee and Pandit Swapan Chaudhary, all of them, so I keep on checking out these recordings again and again. When I look at jazz, I'm more drawn to the traditional ones, like Louis Armstrong, and so. But then I also listen to, Miles Davis. Yeah, I'm not so caught up in a particular kind of music or a particular musician. And now with having access to whether it's Apple Music or whatever, you can just shuffle through recordings, and it's great. You have this so accessible, and even YouTube, and that's like a rabbit hole. Of course, you just get lost there. So yeah.
Wonderful books and books or films.
Books, you were asking me for a person who should be able to appreciate Hindustani music. One book done by Dr. Ranade, it's a dictionary. Okay, but it's not a dictionary like a single sentence explanation. They're expansive notes on each of the terms. It's a great
What's it called?
Lexicon. I don't know what the present title is, the revised edition. But if you do dictionary and do to Ashok Ranade, and it's there, all his work, published work, we've shared the titles on the website associated with him.
There's a 2006 edition called Music Context, a concise dictionary. That's the one. Great. I'll pick it up.
Yes. So that's great to have, because that really gives you a lot of information about even conventions associated with the music making tradition. So that's great, I think. There's another site that I sometimes go to. I don't know. It's from England. Endangered recordings or some such thing.
You send it to me. I'll put it in the show notes.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you a bunch of things.
Wonderful. Actually, let's do that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anish.
Thank
it's been such a pleasure.
Been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, head on over to Amazon and buy Anish's book, tremendously illuminating. There'll be light bulbs going off everywhere, and you'll understand much better the music and the world of music, both today and in times past. You can follow Anish on Twitter at Anish. That's one word. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.